Chapter 2354. After untying the knot in his heart, he naturally confirmed his Tao. He had already passed the god's retribution, so he naturally did not need to go through the retribution again. Everything was natural. In order to save Dawn, he gave up the obsession in his heart. This happened to be in line with the concept, allowing him to finally resolve the knot in his heart and finally confirm his Tao. As the saying goes, everything is determined by the heavens. The heavenly way was impermanent. No one could really peek into the future. No one knew what the future would be like. Just like Yi Shiwen, his Tao confirmation was so tortuous, but in the end, it was resolved so easily. Gao Qingye looked at Yi Shiwen. He only felt that his master seemed to be different, but he really couldn't tell what was different. One must know that Yi Shiwen was already unfathomable in his impression. Although he felt that Yi Shiwen was even more unfathomable now, there was no way to tell what specific changes there were. However, he could feel that Yi Shiwen had become stronger, and it was naturally a good thing for him that his master became stronger. Yi Shiwen looked at Gao Qingye and sighed. He didn't know what to say. On Earth, the foundation he left behind, the pilgrimage palace, had been destroyed once. Only little Xian was left as a descendant. It could be said to be extremely miserable. In the next 200 years, he also took care of little Xian and nurtured her. He spared no effort. With his guidance, little Xian had leaped from having no foundation to a great sage-level master in these 200 years. After becoming a great sage, Yi Shiwen no longer restrained her and let her go out on her own. Those forces that destroyed the pilgrimage palace were all found by her. Even Yi Shiwen gave her the Sword of Angels. How could those forces that resisted stubbornly be her opponent? They were all annihilated by her. None of the big shots who participated in it escaped. Although many sects were very dissatisfied, there was no way to say anything. It was what they did. Moreover, no matter how strong they were, could they be stronger than Yi Shiwen, who killed the Vatican? Although Yi Shiwen had not appeared for 200 years, his prowess back then was still deeply imprinted in the hearts of those old guys. Although they were very dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do. Moreover, Shaoxian had the support of the Zhang family. The Zhang family was now the top force in Huaxia, and its weight was naturally different. He also left the Sword of Angels to Shaoxian, so he naturally did not have to worry. Just a few years before he left Earth, the pilgrimage palace had been rebuilt and began to accept disciples. In the future, Shaoxian would probably be remembered as the leader of the pilgrimage palace. However, Yi Shiwen didn't feel sad. Shaoxian's strength had already reached the great sage realm. It was estimated that he would ascend to the heaven realm in a few years. They would naturally meet again at that time. She and Gao Qingye would also have the opportunity to meet again. Aren't you going to rebuild the pilgrimage palace in the heaven realm? You can start now. Yi Shiwen said, "Thank you, Master." Gao Qingye said quickly with joy. Finally, he could rebuild the foundation of the human world. As the founder of the pilgrimage palace, he had poured too much effort into the pilgrimage palace, and he had too many feelings. It was just that in the heaven realm he had become an insignificant figure at the bottom from a top master. Rebuilding the pilgrimage palace was also a distant thing. Now the time was finally ripe. But in comparison, personal strength cultivation is the most important thing. Don't delay your own cultivation for the development of the pilgrimage palace. As long as you achieve Tao one day in the future, you will have endless time to run the pilgrimage palace. You don't have to be in a hurry at all. Do you understand the importance of priority? Yi Shiwen said with a straight face. Understood, said Gao Qingye, but he didn't have much confidence. He admitted that he didn't have the amazing ability of his master. It was really hard to say whether he could achieve Tao in the future. Even the top heaven's pride in the heaven realm didn't dare to say that they could achieve Tao. Yi Shiwen sighed. He could see that Gao Qingye still had a lot of thoughts on the pilgrimage palace. It was bound to drag down the cultivation of his main body. This was also the reason why he had been suppressing the idea of rebuilding the pilgrimage palace for so long. Xiaoya had no worries and didn't have to consider these trivial things, so she could cultivate without distractions. Her cultivation speed was even faster than him. In terms of personal cultivation, Gao Qingye couldn't compare with Xiaoya. However, everyone had their own fate after all. Yi Shiwen couldn't force him, so he could only let him be. The news of Gao Qingye re-establishing the pilgrimage palace and opening the mountain gate to recruit apprentices quickly swept the entire heaven realm. Yi Shiwen himself was the target of many top deity masters. Now that his apprentice opened the mountain gate to recruit apprentices, it was conceivable that it would attract everyone's attention. But compared to Yi Shiwen, Gao Qingye's reputation in the hearts of the ordinary people was even greater. Yi Shiwen had a stunning performance 200 years ago, but Gao Qingye was different. During these 200 years, he would travel from time to time, and very soon he had accumulated a great reputation. In the current heaven realm, the deities were also reclusive. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't appear at all. Many people might not even see the deities in their lifetime. Their lifespan was really too long. Time didn't matter to them at all. The real decision-makers were those demigods. Yi Shiwen didn't appear, but Gao Qingye made a big name for himself. He was recognized as one of the demigod masters. Even many high-level demigods couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, when he said that he wanted to reopen the mountain gate and rebuild the pilgrimage palace, many people knew. Therefore, the news of the pilgrimage palace's reconstruction actually attracted the attention of all levels in the heaven realm. Moreover, the palace master of the pilgrimage palace was still Gao Qingye, and Yi Shiwen didn't even have a title. Only the top deity masters knew that this seemingly newly established pilgrimage palace actually had a deity behind it. Compared to ordinary immortal inheritances, it was not at all inferior. After all, the true foundation of the immortal inheritances were the deities. There was a huge difference between having a deity and not having a deity. Therefore, they didn't dare to underestimate this newly established pilgrimage palace. Naturally, the others were the same. They didn't dare to underestimate the pilgrimage palace for Gao Qingye's sake. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders who didn't know the truth, the strongest master of the pilgrimage palace was Gao Qingye. However, in the hearts of those who knew the truth, there was no doubt who the strongest master of the pilgrimage palace was, especially when the major immortal inheritances and even the martial arts sect sent people to send congratulatory invitations. Everyone who didn't know the truth was shocked. What was going on? Did Gao Qingye have such a great reputation? Even the immortal inheritances had personally sent congratulatory invitations. Even the martial arts sect, inheritance that had produced an emperor, had never looked at an ordinary sect seriously. At this time they had personally sent Qin Lai, who had just proven his way 200 years ago and was in the limelight, to personally send congratulatory invitations. This was an unprecedented honor. For a moment, the pilgrimage palace was in the limelight. Many smart people were also guessing and considering what kind of master was standing behind the pilgrimage palace. Otherwise, with the immortal inheritance's virtue, whose eyes were almost on top of their heads, why would they pay attention to a brand new sect that had just been established? There must be a reason that many people didn't know. At this time, many people with good memories suddenly remembered that someone had mentioned Gao Qingye's master in the past. Gao Qingye was able to cultivate to such a level in a short period of 200 years and become a famous genius master in the heaven realm. This was related to the master behind him. It was just that over the years, Gao Qingye's name had become more and more famous. Very few people had mentioned his master anymore. In many people's opinion, whatever achievements he had were achieved by himself. In addition, Yi Shiwen had not come out of seclusion for many years. Many people didn't even know that such a person existed. However, if this was the case, then Gao Qingye's master was also an unfathomable existence. A person who could make the major immortal inheritances treat him so seriously was probably an unimaginable existence. In particular, Qin Lai had personally come to congratulate him. This made more people speculate that there must be some powerful person standing behind him. Otherwise, Gao Qingye wouldn't have such a great reputation. Gao Qingye had been very busy these days. He had just opened up the mountain, and there were many places where he didn't have competent manpower. Fortunately, he had actually taken a liking to many people during his many years of travel. He was just waiting for Yi Shiwen to speak up. This suddenly pulled them in, alleviating the problem of the lack of manpower. He even personally opened up the mountain and accepted 7 apprentices as the first apprentices of the mountain. However, fortunately, when he was in the human world, he personally managed the pilgrimage palace. Many things were handled in an orderly manner, and there were no major problems. In the end, he managed to survive through the initial period. In particular, the congratulatory cards sent by the major immortal inheritances made him feel even more proud. However, the arrival of one person made him not dare to act arbitrarily, and directly led him to the back mountain where Yi Shiwen was cultivating. It was none other than Qin Lai. Qin Lai personally brought the congratulatory card. It seemed to be congratulating the pilgrimage palace. But Gao Qingye knew very well that he was not important enough for a god to personally send a congratulatory card. He knew that this was a good friend of his master. "Brother Yi, I haven't seen you for 200 years. Your cultivation has improved a lot." Qin Lai saw Yi Shiwen and immediately ignored Gao Qingye. Gao Qingye also left tactfully. "How can I compare to Brother Qin? In just 200 years, you've actually entered the intermediate immortal level. It seems that it's only a matter of time before you reach the advanced immortal level." Yi Shiwen could tell at a glance that Qin Lai's cultivation advancement was frighteningly fast. In just 200 years, he was actually about to break through to the advanced immortal level. In comparison, Yi Shiwen was only in the beginner immortal level. Of course, cultivation did not equate to combat power. Chapter 2355. At that moment, Yi Shiwen naturally did not know that he had become a legend. He had become a legendary figure that many people speculated about. In the past 200 years, he had basically been in a state of seclusion to fully comprehend the Heaven Way. Although he could not progress further, he could still comprehend. With the help of the mysterious space, his speed of comprehension might be able to frighten many people. It was rare for him to have such a long time to comprehend the Heaven Way. When he woke up, it was already 200 years later. In these 200 years, he fully comprehended in the mysterious space. It was enough for him to go further and directly enter the peak of intermediate immortal level. With the long lifespan of a god, it was shocking enough to have such a progress in just 200 years. Of course, the price was that his wealth was exhausted again as he broke it down into energy to supply the mysterious space. Apart from a few god artifacts, he only had the things that his clone had brought to Earth. However, those resources were all left in the Zhang family. Heavenly resources of that level were of no use to him at the moment. That's right, he had only comprehended one level higher, but he had already used up his entire life's worth of energy. This kind of consumption left him speechless. Even so, he did not regret it. The most important thing in this world was still his strength. After his clone returned and he became a real god, the last obstacle for him was no longer there. It was only a matter of time before he broke through. He initially wanted to wait until the pilgrimage palace was rebuilt to fully focus on breaking through the intermediate immortal level. With his 200 years of accumulation, it would not be a problem to rush to the peak of intermediate immortal level. By then, even the existence of peak immortal level would not be a match for him. Unless there was an existence of imperishable level, he did not have to be afraid of anyone. Yi Shiwen looked at Qin Lai strangely. Although the pilgrimage palace was built by his disciple, he did not show up and let others speculate. The other immortal inheritances only sent congratulatory cards from those who knew his identity. Qin Lai personally sent the congratulatory card with great fanfare. It was too much of a compliment. Hearing Yi Shiwen's compliment, Qin Lai was somewhat proud. He was a true descendant of the Qin family. In addition to his outstanding talent, he had heard all kinds of compliments since he was young. He was already numb and used to it. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He still recognized Yi Shiwen's existence deep down in his heart. Yi Shiwen was on the same level as him. No, he was afraid that Yi Shiwen was even stronger than him. 200 years ago, Yi Shiwen was able to defeat senior immortal Yuan Miao, who was at the late stage of the immortality realm. It was hard to imagine how deep his cultivation was now. Even if there was no improvement, Yi Shiwen might not be able to defeat senior immortal Yuan Miao if he used all his trump cards. Such a person's praise, even if it wasn't sincere, was something to be proud of. No, it's nothing, Qin Lai said with a smile. In the past 200 years, he had suffered a lot. In addition, the martial arts sect had nurtured him wholeheartedly and given him all sorts of resources. That was why he had been able to break through continuously. Under normal circumstances, many gods would take tens of thousands of years to advance, and this was if they had the potential to advance. If they did not have the potential to advance, it would be normal for them to not make any progress for tens of thousands of years. The path of the gods had existed for a very long time. Due to the fact that they had not made any progress for a very long time, many gods had even given up on cultivation and gone into hibernation in hopes of obtaining an opportunity to make a breakthrough. But you're not cultivating now, and you've come personally to send a congratulatory note. I'm afraid it's not as simple as celebrating the establishment of the sacred palace. Yi Shiwen looked at Qin Lai and said, he was a little hesitant about Gao Qinye wanting to rebuild the sacred palace in the heaven realm. One must know that the heaven realm was not his territory. Although it was the base camp of the human race, many people were not friendly. He originally planned to bring Gao Qinye back to the Hidden Valley, but now it seemed that Gao Qinye planned to take root here. Now he had nothing to give to Gao Qinye. Whether Gao Qinye could become a god or not depended on his own luck. He could not help in this regard. However, in order for the pilgrimage palace to gain a foothold in the heaven realm, they naturally needed a strong backer. When he was not around, Qin Lai could take care of them. Qin Lai might have had this intention as well. He had come with great fanfare to send the congratulatory card to intimidate those who were ready to make trouble. Ha ha ha, I can't hide anything from you. Qin Lai said, I'm here to bring you a message. Be careful of senior immortal Yuan Miao. Yi Shiwen's eyes flickered and said, What do you mean? Although venerable Yuan Miao was defeated by him, he didn't dare to underestimate her in the slightest, because behind her stood the unfathomable old ancestor of the Yuan family. That time, she directly took her away from his hands. Obviously, her attitude towards him wasn't that good. Qin Lai almost broke through to the late stage of the immortality realm in just 200 years. It could be seen that the foundation of the martial sect was deep, far beyond his imagination. If senior immortal Yuan Miao went further, then he would be in danger. Thinking of this, he was even more eager to break through. It's very simple. I also brought you a solution. After negotiations, the Yuan family is also willing to compromise. 20 years later, you and senior immortal Yuan Miao will fight. No matter who wins or loses, the Yuan family will not pursue the matter of you and your master anymore. Qin Lai looked at Yi Shiwen and said, From now on, we will not make a fuss about this matter. However, the corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth raised into a mocking smile and said, You're really good. Don't tell me that the Yuan family doesn't even have a little sense of right and wrong. Do I have to be manipulated by you? Although your martial sect is great, it's not to the point where you can make me surrender with just your prestige. At most, I won't stay in the heaven realm. If I go back to the Hidden Valley, do you think the Yuan family can chase me to the Hidden Valley? At that time, I will let the world judge how righteous your Yuan family is in this matter. Yi Shiwen's tone was extremely angry. The Yuan family was simply pestering endlessly. Now, this plan seemed to be able to solve all the problems, but it was based on an unequal relationship. This matter itself was the Yuan family's fault. Why did Yi Shiwen have to accept their conditions? If they said to fight again, then they would do it again. The initiative was completely in the hands of the Yuan family. Qin Lai's face also showed a somewhat tangled and embarrassed expression. He naturally knew very well that this matter was indeed somewhat unreasonable. However, within the martial sect, the Yuan family was pressuring them step by step. It was like a volcanic eruption, especially since the Yuan family's ancestor was one of the group of people who followed Emperor Qin to conquer the world. His prestige was so high that there were not many people in the current martial sect who could be compared to him. The real trouble was this old man who had always followed Emperor Qin's habit of shielding his own people. This was even when they were not in the right. If they were in the right, it would be terrible. Because you have no choice. Suddenly, a majestic voice suddenly came into the minds of the two people. A vague figure suddenly broke into the palace. Deputy Sovereign. Qin Lai quickly stood up from his seat and said, while cupping his hands, although he had already proven his Tao, when faced with such a big character, whether it was in terms of strength or experience, he was still far from it. Yi Shiwen suddenly stood up, and his face immediately became gloomy. Entering without permission. Is this the Yuan family's style of doing things? Yi Shiwen could not help but sneer and said, "There's no place in the world that can stop me if I want to go. This includes your hidden valley," the vague figure said. Yi Shiwen's brows slightly wrinkled and said, "Isn't your Yuan family a bit too overbearing? Don't tell me that your Yuan family is in the right in this matter. You have the strength, so you can also be overbearing," the vague figure said. "Do you think you can walk out of here alive if we are in the right? You can't scare me even if you bring up the Flame Lord. You don't need to worry. After this matter, no one will mention this matter no matter who wins or loses. Moreover, I will also give you an opportunity that you will certainly want." Yi Shiwen glanced at the vague figure and asked, "What are you trying to say?" "I heard from Qin Lai that you are entangled with that girl called Hua Menghan," the vague figure said. Yi Shiwen suddenly looked at Qin Lai and saw that Qin Lai was also looking at Yi Shiwen with a bitter smile on his face. Then Qin Lai said, "This matter is also for your own good. You don't need to look at him. Do you know that the ancient Phoenix realm is currently looking for a son-in-law for Hua Menghan?" The vague figure said. "Looking for a son-in-law again?" Yi Shiwen suddenly stood up straight. His eyes were wide open in anger. The last time was when they were looking for a son-in-law for Hua Menghan. It had attracted a lot of trouble, and it had ended with Hua Menghan's escape. This matter had caused many big shots of the ancient Phoenix realm to lose face. Many people had chased after Hua Menghan to kill her. However, wasn't this matter already over? How come it has appeared again? Yi Shiwen's entire body suddenly tensed up. He had thought of a dreadful conclusion. Could it be that she had fallen into the hands of the ancient Phoenix realm after she had gone missing? It would be a big trouble if that was the case. Impossible. The Phoenix King is Hua Menghan's master. He would have done it the last time if he wanted to threaten her. Why would he wait until now? Yi Shiwen shook his head and said, "What if I tell you that the Phoenix King has fallen?" The vague figure suddenly said, "What? How is this possible?" Yi Shiwen cried out involuntarily. He had lost control of his state of mind at this time. What kind of person was the Phoenix King? He wasn't as simple as he had initially thought. He was the lord of the ancient Phoenix realm. He was one of the top experts in the entire heavens. He had lived for countless years. So how could he have fallen? It's useless even if you don't want to believe it. The vague figure said this is the truth. The Phoenix King isn't the only one. The ancient Phoenix realm has also lost countless experts. Their vitality has been greatly damaged. So, they are only looking for a son-in-law among the major forces in order to form an alliance with them. The martial great sect also has several quotas, and one of them is in the hands of my Yuan clan. Everything will end if you lose. But this quota will be yours if you win. Chapter 23:56. Qinlai smiled bitterly as he looked at the vague figure. His tone was unyielding. This was obviously a mutually beneficial deal. How did it become so unpleasant and overbearing when it came out of his mouth? It was not that the Yuan family could not distinguish right from wrong. Although the martial sect was big, it was not rotten to such an extent. It was just that senior immortal Yuan Miao's position in the enemy family was quite special. She was the direct descendant of the old man. She was talented and intelligent. She was considered the pillar of the Yuan family's middle generation. Now, because of her son's matter, a demon had been born in her heart. If she could not get rid of this demon, her future achievements would probably be like this. In order to solve this problem, she decided to have another fight with Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen was not a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied. He had the huge force of the Hidden Valley behind him. Therefore, he planned to complete this deal. Regardless of the outcome, Yi Shiwen would obtain the Yuan family's quota. Presumably, Yi Shiwen was also willing. However, the words coming out of the old man's mouth had become so stiff and unpleasant. He could already see how ugly Yi Shiwen's face was. Yi Shiwen's face was ugly. Being forced by the Yuan family's old ancestor was only one of the reasons. What made him even more furious was that the ancient Phoenix realm actually used Hua Menghan as a bargaining chip to rope in allies. What a good plan. What shocked him even more was that one of the world's top experts, the Phoenix King, had died tragically. Countless elites had died tragically. The ancient Phoenix realm had suffered heavy losses. Although he did not know the extent of the ancient Phoenix realm, he could more or less speculate that they must use marriage to rope in allies. The ancient Phoenix realm must have suffered a great loss. Hua Minghan's whereabouts were unknown after she was injured by the Heavenly Fox young master, Jun Dingtian. Yi Shiwen had no news of her. He did not expect that she had fallen into the hands of the ancient Phoenix realm. His heart was burning with anxiety. He could not wait to fly directly to the ancient Phoenix realm. At this moment, the Mingxin ancient tree in his body emitted bursts of 7-colored light. It illuminated his sea of consciousness and made him calm down instantly. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally said after a long while, "All right, I agree to this duel. Regardless of the outcome, the grudges between Gao Qingye and the Yuan family will be written off. How about it?" In the end, his rationality still suppressed the anger in his heart. Although the Yuan family was overbearing, he did not lose out no matter what. If the grudge between Gao Qingye and the Yuan family was not settled, he would not be at ease leaving him in the Heaven Realm. Even with Qin Lai's protection, they could not stop the Yuan family from secretly playing dirty tricks. Since they had this opportunity, they should seize it, especially the quota to participate in the ancient Phoenix realm selection. He was determined to get it. He had no other choice. Hua Menghan was his woman. He couldn't let her fall into the hands of others. All in all, agreeing to it would naturally be greatly beneficial for him. However, the attitude and tone of the Yuan family's great ancestor had enraged him greatly. However, he was no longer a greenhorn, so he could still distinguish the severity of the situation. In his heart, he had an even greater desire for strength. Only by improving his strength could he stand shoulder to shoulder with the Yuan family's great ancestor. If he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Yuan family's great ancestor, would he still dare to force Hua Menghan to the point where she had to go through a second marriage? All right, if that's the case, you can just make a trip to the Heaven Realm after 20 years. The quota will naturally be yours then. After the vague figure finished speaking, it slowly dissipated in the sky. Qin Lai looked at Yi Shiwen awkwardly. The Yuan family's great ancestor always stirred things up. As the mediator in the middle, he seemed particularly embarrassed. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen had already calmed down at this time. He could distinguish between right and wrong. He opened his mouth and said, "Qin Lai, you don't have to be embarrassed. I've thought about it. This matter is indeed for my own good. I didn't know what's good for me, just now." Seeing that Yi Shiwen did not use this opportunity to flip out, Qin Lai reluctantly heaved a sigh of relief. This time he was really like a pig looking in the mirror. "In any case, I appreciate your kindness for being able to mediate. I owe you a favor. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you generously. However, I still need you to take care of the Holy Palace in the Heaven Realm in the future." Yi Shiwen said while cupping his hands. "Haha, this is just a trivial matter. You don't have to worry about it. Just leave it all to me." Seeing that Yi Shiwen was not angry, Qin Lai quickly took over the matter. This was just a trivial matter. Soon, the Yuan family sent a letter of challenge. For a time, the person standing behind the Holy Palace became the object of countless people's speculation. 20 years later, the battle at the martial sect. This battle became the focus of many people's attention. Although it had been 20 years for many big shots, 20 years was nothing at all. Venerable immortal Yuan Miao was famous in the Heaven Realm. Although she was a woman, she was not inferior at all. She had established a boundless prestige. Such a fairy actually challenged Yi Shiwen to a battle. What kind of person was Yi Shiwen? Many people suddenly remembered that 200 years ago, there was indeed a battle where the dignified, venerable, immortal Yuan Miao was defeated. However, after that, the person involved, Yi Shiwen, was extremely low-key. The martial sect also tried to deal with this matter as low-key as possible. So many people had forgotten about this matter. But now, with this letter of challenge, this matter reappeared in everyone's sight and memory. The matter that there was a big shot behind the Holy Palace was even more heated. It was just that it was originally a speculation of some people. But now the speculation had become a reality. Venerable immortal Yuan Miao personally came to send a letter of challenge. One could imagine that she was at least at the same level as venerable immortal Yuan Miao. At the very least, she was in existence above the immortal realm. With the support of an undying being, although the pilgrimage palace had only just been established, it already had the shadow of an undying legacy. The most important thing was that it already had the foundation. Therefore, as the contents of the duel were made public, many people who had looked down on the pilgrimage palace no longer dared to look down on it. It was almost as if they were treating the pilgrimage palace as an undying legacy. At this time, Yi Shiwen was no longer in the Heaven Realm. He had quietly rushed to the ancient Phoenix Realm. Although he had already reserved the Yuan clan's quota, he still wanted to try and see if he could take Hua Menghan away during the chaos. As for how angry the ancient Phoenix Realm was, he could no longer care. At worst, he would escape back to the Hidden Valley and temporarily avoid the brunt. Moreover, he had a good reason to do this. Back then, he was the champion of Hua Menghan's marriage search. In other words, he was already Hua Menghan's husband. No matter what, he had a reason to go to the ancient Phoenix Realm. The ancient Phoenix Realm was also a very large world among the myriad realms. Compared to the last time he came here, Yi Shiwen's breakthrough was much smoother. He opened the Eye of Redemption and discovered that it was completely different from the last time he came to the ancient Phoenix Realm. At that time, his cultivation was limited, so he could not see many places. Now that he was on the righteous path and was one of the few people in the world, he could see many secret areas hidden by the ancient Phoenix Realm's array. The ancient Phoenix Realm was several times bigger than the ancient Phoenix Realm which was known to the outsiders. In fact, it wasn't inferior to the Tool Emperor's heaven. Yi Shiwen finally understood why the ancient Phoenix Realm was one of the few huge realms in the myriad heavens. He couldn't help but feel a chill on his back as he thought of this. He had foiled the plans of some big shots of the ancient Phoenix Realm at that time, and he had been able to leave the ancient Phoenix Realm safely. Perhaps it was just as the Phoenix King had said. Those people who had chased after Hua Menghan seemed to have gone all out at that time. However, it now seemed that the rumors were true. They were only playing around. Or it could be said that they were just playing around. Hua Menghan wouldn't have been able to escape with her cultivation if they had attacked her. As far as Hua Menghan was concerned, the Phoenix King wasn't only her master, but also her greatest protector. As long as the Phoenix King was alive, no one would dare to touch her. Even the other forces wouldn't dare to make a move against Hua Menghan in order to avoid incurring the wrath of the Phoenix King. No one had thought that the Phoenix King would be defeated so easily. Hua Menghan's status in the ancient Phoenix realm had plummeted. She had even been used as a sacrifice. Yi Shiwen could even imagine what those people were thinking. First, her status was high enough. She was the beloved disciple of the former Phoenix King. Second, the Phoenix King had died, so no one could protect her anymore. She was nothing but a puppet that could be manipulated by others. Yi Shiwen could imagine that Hua Menghan's current life must be very difficult. He wasn't willing to wait for even one more day since he had news of her. He passed through the exposed parts of the ancient Phoenix realm and entered the hidden world. It was very vast. He opened his eyes of redemption and used the power of redemption. He was barely able to see everything clearly. It was very vast. Even an island in many places was as big as a continent. The strength of the ancient Phoenix realm was unimaginably huge in this place. However, every family was wearing mourning clothes along the way. White, sacrificial items could be seen everywhere. He looked as far as the eye could see. It seemed as if the entire region of the ancient Phoenix realm had been covered. One could well imagine how big the loss of the ancient Phoenix realm had been this time. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their vitality had been greatly damaged. He opened his eyes of redemption and saw the formation of countless telekinetic powers in the sky. They had been formed by the tears of the families and forces that had lost their loved ones and masters. However, this didn't have anything to do with him. He was more concerned about Hua Menghan's whereabouts. He concealed his figure as he advanced forward. He entered the hidden world of the ancient Phoenix world. It was the most central region. He landed in one of the flourishing cities. He wanted to inquire about Hua Menghan's whereabouts. After all, this was the best place to do so in this big city. He entered a restaurant after he entered the city. He found a seat and sat down. He casually ordered a few dishes and lay down. Chapter 2357. This city was located in the most central area of the ancient Phoenix world. It was very bustling with people coming and going. Almost every race could be seen here. However, the only difference was that all of these people had the bloodline of the Phoenix race. The bloodline of the Phoenix race wasn't inferior compared to the lascivious dragon race. It could be found in every race. These people could be regarded as subspecies of the Phoenix race. As long as the impurities in their bloodline could be eliminated, they could directly become a pure-blooded phoenix. Yi Shiwen casually ordered a few dishes, and they were soon served. These dishes couldn't be eaten in many worlds because the ingredients used were very particular. They were very rare, so the price was naturally not cheap. However, Yi Shiwen still had some money, even though his net worth had been depleted. It wasn't a huge amount. At a glance, some of the private rooms were simply separated worlds. The technology of space had been used here. It could be seen that the richness of the ancient Phoenix realm was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Profound realm experts could be seen everywhere. Profound realm experts that were considered experts in other places were nothing in this place. Compared to the ancient Phoenix realm, this place was much more powerful. The ancient Phoenix world heritage was indeed much deeper than he had imagined. It was a race that had dominated the heavens countless years ago. It wasn't simple at all. The other worlds simply couldn't catch up to it. However, this made Yi Shiwen feel even more strange. The ancient Phoenix world should have a lot of Tao confirming experts with its strength. So, who could inflict such heavy damage on the ancient Phoenix world? He directly called a waiter over. He took out a profound tool and threw it into the waiter's hand. Then he asked, "I've just come out of closed-door training. So, there are many things I don't know. What's going on? Why are all the families suddenly in mourning? That waiter was just a junior who had just entered the mysterious realm. He didn't even have a profound tool in his hands, but he had suddenly obtained one now. It wasn't the best quality one could offer. However, it was enough for him. It was a pleasant surprise. His expression immediately became respectful. It was as if he had already regarded Yi Shiwen as a rich senior. As for closed-door training, it was very normal. Warriors and cultivators were like this. A closed-door training could last for hundreds of years. Senior, that's right. The waiter looked at Yi Shiwen. Then he looked around and cautiously said, "It seems that Her Highness the Phoenix King has brought a large number of experts into the God Burial Star Ocean. Some rumors say that they have found the tomb of the Phoenix Ancestor. The Phoenix Ancestor was invincible in the world in those days. She was also the only Emperor level expert of our race. How important do you think it would be if we could find the inheritance of the Phoenix Ancestor? Perhaps the Phoenix King might even become the Phoenix Emperor." Hiss! Yi Shiwen was secretly surprised. He was actually looking for the tomb of an Emperor Lord level master. He naturally knew about Emperor Lord level masters. They were invincible. Unless they were experts of the same realm, it would be difficult for them to meet a worthy opponent. Gods were nothing in front of an Emperor Lord. The reason why the ancient Phoenix realm was able to prosper for a period of time and dominate the world was because of the supreme might of the Phoenix Ancestor as a monarch. It was no wonder that the Phoenix King had mobilized a large number of experts to explore it. Then how did they all die? I heard that they suffered heavy losses. What's going on? Yi Shiwen asked. It's not just heavy losses. It's too tragic. Many Tao-confirming experts have died. We don't know the specific number. It's a secret. Countless demigods have died. I'm afraid that this loss can't be made up for tens of thousands of years, the waiter said carefully. He didn't want others to notice. This situation was much more serious than what Yi Shiwen had expected. Yi Shiwen didn't care about life and death. He continued to ask. Logically speaking, the Phoenix King personally led the team. Who in the world could pose such a threat to the Phoenix King? With the help of so many experts, even if the king-level forces turned out in full strength, they wouldn't be able to stop them. That's right. Who knew that not even 1/10 of them could escape at that time? It's said that they were ambushed by the remnants of the heavenly race. The Phoenix King fought to the death in order to cover the escape of the other clansmen. The waiter said. He carefully looked around, and then quietly said, "It's said that there was a traitor who leaked the information. So, the heavenly race caught them red-handed. It seems that the heavenly race dispatched several king-level experts to besiege the Phoenix King. Eventually, the Phoenix King killed one of them. However, this news is just a rumor. Nobody knows about it. How can a small character like us know about the matters of the upper echelons? Hiss! There are still remnants of the heavenly race." Yi Shiwen sucked in a breath of cold air. He was no longer the same as before. In fact, he had read a large number of handwritten notes left in the Hidden Valley before this. Although he had read a large number of handwritten notes of the predecessors in order to attain the Tao back then, some of the handwritten notes mentioned the heavenly race. However, those were the handwritten notes left by the seniors in the distant past. It was so distant that it was almost before the establishment of the Hidden Valley. In fact, many of the records in the handwritten notes of those seniors were left behind in the form of legends. As everyone knew, the dragon race, the phoenix race, and the Qilin had once ruled the myriad worlds in the distant past. The three races fought endlessly. However, there was a race that was above the three races at that time. It was the heavenly race. This race claimed to rule the myriad worlds on behalf of the heavens. Therefore, they called themselves the heavenly race. The people of the heavenly race were born to be powerful experts. There were countless experts in the race. Even the dragon race, the phoenix race, and the Qilin were suppressed. Under the control and instigation of the people of the heavenly race, a war broke out between the dragon race, the phoenix race, and the Qilin. At the last moment, the heavenly race intervened and started a war against the three races at the same time. In the end, the three races resisted and formed an allied army. There were countless casualties. Even the Emperor Kings fell. In the end, the heavenly race was exiled to the distant outer domain. In that battle, there were countless casualties on both sides. Corpses were everywhere. Because many of them were Tao corroboration experts, they had undying attributes, existing for countless years. This battlefield had existed for countless years. This was the God Burial Star Ocean. Because it was known as the place where the gods were buried, it was incomparably dangerous. Even the gods wouldn't dare to say that they would be able to come out safely after entering. After that, the dragon race, the phoenix race, and the Qilin withdrew from the struggle for hegemony. The dragon race defended the Dragon Island, and the phoenix race returned to the ancient phoenix world. After that, without the suppression of the dragon race, the demon race, the human race, and other powerful races rose one after another. After experiencing that terrifying war, the luck of the various races also exploded. Countless experts emerged one after another. In order to fight for the position of the overlord of the world, they fought again. At this time, the seal left by the dragon race, the phoenix race, and the Qilin loosened for some reason. The heavenly race returned from the distant outer domain. Under such circumstances, the races of the myriad worlds once again formed an allied army to resist the heavens. When the second war broke out, the various races suffered heavy casualties. The Tao-confirming experts died one after another. The Emperor King level experts also died in battle one after another. It was said that the Emperor King level experts in the heavenly race were more than all the other races combined. In the end, the experts of the various races used endless casualties as blood sacrifices to barely manage to exile the heavenly race to the distant outer domain. The battlefield was in the God Burial Star Sea during the first war against the heavens. This time, the casualties were more than the first time. This made the God Burial Star Sea a terrifying place that could really bury the gods. However, at the same time, the God Burial Star Sea was also a place that countless people yearned for. It was possible to obtain the inheritance of a god at any time and soar to the sky. Compared to the God Burial Star Sea, the divine tomb in the true martial world was simply insignificant. It was on a completely different level. The main direction of exploration of the various races was also the God Burial Star Sea. If they could obtain anything there, it would be a worthwhile trip. This was also the fundamental reason why there were not even God-level experts in many worlds. Those experts were either hiding in seclusion or entering the God Burial Star Sea. Although the God Burial Star Sea was dangerous, there were also countless hidden opportunities. A fortuitous encounter could allow their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds after thousands or tens of thousands of years. However, he had never paid much attention to it. The God Burial Star Sea was too far away for him. As for the heavenly race, it was even more out of reach. The senior's personal letter didn't mention much about it. In his opinion, since the heavenly race should have been exiled, it should have ceased to exist. Who would have thought that it would still exist? Moreover, it had caused such a big commotion. Yes, I also thought that the heavenly race didn't exist. I had only heard of this name from my ancestors. If it wasn't for this sudden incident, I wouldn't have known that the heavenly race still had such a powerful remnant. The waiter scratched his head. Obviously, it was a bit difficult for a person of his level to understand the heavenly race. Yi Shiwen calmed his mood. The matter of the heavenly race was shocking. However, it was a very distant matter. What he was really concerned about was Hua Menghan. I heard that the Phoenix King's adopted daughter, Hua Menghan, has been locked up, he said calmly. Yes, I've also heard about this matter. It seems that she has been locked up in the heavenly phoenix lake. Sai, a fallen phoenix, is inferior to a chicken. Who dared to underestimate her when the Phoenix King was still in power? She was only an adopted daughter. However, who didn't know that she was the Phoenix King's beloved disciple? In fact, She was even better than his own child. The Phoenix King didn't say anything when she ran away from the marriage. However, the Phoenix King has just fallen, and she has been pushed out to make peace with the marriage. It's true that the tea cools when the person is gone. The waiter suddenly stopped talking. He seemed to have realized that he had said too many things that he shouldn't have said. The Heavenly Phoenix Lake. Yi Shiwen firmly remembered this place. He must find a way to find the Heavenly Phoenix Lake. Just as he was thinking about how to find the Heavenly Phoenix Lake, there was a sudden commotion outside. In the sky, there was a violent sound of something tearing through the air. A luxurious carriage appeared in the sky above the city. Chapter 2358. The carriage was only the size of an ordinary carriage, but it was decorated with magnificent gold and jade. It looked luxurious and grand. There were 9 ominous beasts pulling the carriage in front of the carriage, indicating the extraordinary status of the person who had just arrived. The roars of various ominous beasts shook the vast sky. Each of them had the aura of the abyss of destruction. The law of destruction lingered on their bodies. It was extremely terrifying. Who is this person? How awe-inspiring! Someone asked. Look at the insignia on the carriage. It should be the people of the Dragon Island. Someone recognized the insignia on the carriage. I'm afraid he's not a nobody. These should be the abyss destruction beasts of the god burial star ocean. These abyss destruction beasts are ominous beasts that are born from the law of destruction. They are so powerful that they can even challenge the gods. They are a great threat to the people who have just entered the god burial star ocean. This person can actually use the abyss destruction beasts to pull the carriage. He's certainly not a nobody. Someone analyzed and said, I remember now. Didn't the people of the Dragon Island send someone to discuss the matter of the alliance between the 2 clans? If we can facilitate the alliance between the Dragon and Phoenix clans, then there's no need for the martial arts competition to select a son-in-law. There's no need for that step. Although the Dragon Island has been competing with us for many years, they are indeed very powerful. If we can win over such a powerful dream traveler at this time, then it will be very significant for us. Someone suddenly said. Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly flickered. If the Dragon Island succeeded, then it would be terrible. They wouldn't even be able to wait for the martial arts competition to select a son-in-law. No, I can't let them succeed. Damn, old man. Yi Shiwen gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. In order to achieve their goal, they had pushed Hua Menghan as a sacrifice. But hasn't the Dragon Island always wanted us to die? Why are they so active in forming an alliance with us this time? Could it be that they have some conspiracy? Someone asked in reply. The Dragon Island, which had always been indifferent, had suddenly become enthusiastic. This had made many people puzzled. Someone pretended to be confident and said, I don't know if there are other conspiracies, but the Dragon Island has always wanted to create the strongest physique and bloodline. Hua Menghan has the heavenly phoenix body. If Yi Shiwen hadn't disrupted the last selection, then perhaps they would have succeeded. They have never given up on the idea of creating the strongest physique and bloodline. Therefore, the Dragon Island has just released the news, and the Dragon Island has already arrived. Everyone suddenly understood. They didn't expect the Dragon Island to have such an idea. The heavenly phoenix body was the strongest bloodline of the Phoenix clan. However, the Dragon clan had suffered heavy losses in the past. On the other hand, the strongest bloodline of the Dragon clan was still present. If the two were to combine, it might really be possible to create the strongest bloodline. The Dragon tribe and the Phoenix tribe were very arrogant tribes to begin with. Only a few tribes were able to gain their approval, and among them, only a few could be considered as having the strongest bloodlines. Yi Shiwen naturally knew that he couldn't let them continue. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable once the matter was confirmed. In the midst of the lively discussion, none of them noticed that one of the guests had already disappeared into the void without a sound. The news that the Dragon Island had sent someone to propose marriage had spread out very quickly. It had shaken the entire ancient Phoenix world. The betrothal gift that the Dragon Island had sent had also spread out very quickly. It was a dragon's breath stone. This dragon's breath stone had the meaning of a giant dragon's breath. A giant dragon's breath could gather countless amounts of spirit energy within it as it inhaled and exhaled. No one knew how much spirit energy it had gathered over the past countless years. However, it could be said that it could subtly transform the wearer's body into a tyrannical giant dragon's physique. Moreover, the wearer's cultivation speed would increase by more than 50%. It was said that this was only the down payment in the betrothal gift. Even in the ancient Phoenix realm, a magic tool of this level was extremely rare. It could even increase the cultivation of the gods by more than half. What a terrifying magic tool this was! It was said that it was the pendant that the ancestral dragon wore all those years ago. It had always been the clan treasure of the Dragon Island. Now that they actually gave it away, it was obvious how determined they were. However, one could imagine that Hua Menghan would marry into the Dragon Island in the future. When that time came, it would be equivalent to returning to the hands of the Dragon Island. This was indeed a good plan. Even so, the Dragon Island could be considered to be very generous this time. Moreover, other betrothal gifts would also be sent as long as the ancient Phoenix realm agreed. It wouldn't be just this. This wasn't just a marriage between two people. It was also an alliance between the two races. The benefits that this would represent would be quite astonishing. Soon the news spread out. Both parties had a very pleasant discussion this time. In fact, it was possible that they would directly bypass the martial arts competition and directly marry into the Dragon Island. "I won't marry," Hua Menghan said with a solemn expression in a big hall. She was clad in white clothes. Her long skirt was fluttering in the wind. She looked a little thin. Her eyes were cold and detached. "This matter isn't up to you. The Phoenix King had been very good to you in the past. He had even tolerated your escape from the marriage. Now that the Phoenix King has fallen, the ancient Phoenix realm has fallen into an unprecedented crisis. As the adopted daughter of the Phoenix King, shouldn't you stand up and save the ancient Phoenix realm?" A middle-aged man stood in front of Hua Menghan. He had a pleasant temperament. He looked at Hua Menghan with a sneer on his face as he spoke. There was a hint of pleasure in his eyes. He had made Hua Menghan escape from the marriage last time. She wasn't willing to marry his son. She had made him lose face. Now, let's see what other choice she has. Feng Nantian, the Phoenix King, has just passed away not too long ago. You're going too far by doing this. A black-clothed old man opened his turbid eyes behind Hua Menghan and looked at Feng Nantian as he spoke. It seemed that the ancient Phoenix realm wasn't ruled by a single person. There were also many people who objected to this matter. The middle-aged man, Feng Nantian, glanced at the black-clothed old man. Then he said, "Old man, you're very clear about the current situation of the ancient Phoenix realm. The Phoenix King had rashly led his people to the god burial star ocean. This had led to irreparable consequences. We're only cleaning up the aftermath of the Phoenix King's death. You don't understand our painstaking efforts and don't care about it. However, what you've said is somewhat offensive. Feng Nantian, would you have dared to say this in front of my adoptive father when he was alive?" Hua Menghan angrily said, "You haven't become the patriarch yet. Yet you want to arrange my affairs? Hua Menghan, you have to agree to this matter even if you don't want to. You don't have any other choice." Feng Nantian's complexion changed as he said, "You're impolite. You're impolite in front of your elders. It seems that the Phoenix King has spoiled you. You don't have any other choice in this matter. You can't do anything even if you don't agree. Do you think you can prove your Tao without our ancient Phoenix realm? You only want to take advantage of us. You don't want to pay anything. How can it be so simple?" Feng Nantian, the prestige of the Phoenix clan has always been established through the use of a blade and a spear. I've never heard that a marriage alliance can make the Phoenix clan stronger. Old man Gu solemnly said. The current situation is different from countless years ago. We don't have a powerful ally. It's very likely that we'll attract the attention of some thieves and thieves. Do you want countless disciples to sacrifice their lives in vain? Foam Nanshan's words stopped old Mangu. No one dared to say this. Otherwise, the public opinion would have been turbulent. He looked at Hua Menghan and said, "You're still thinking about that wild man Yi Shiwen. Do you think he can save you? Are you kidding me? The alliance between the Dragon and Phoenix clan is inevitable. No one can stop it." Hua Menghan bit her lower lip. Her eyes were filled with hatred. However, she didn't have any other way. Her cultivation had been imprisoned, so she had no other way. She had indeed been rescued by the Phoenix King after she had been seriously injured. He had been paying close attention to her. So, she had been cultivating in the ancient Phoenix realm during this period of time. However, she hadn't expected that she would receive such shocking news as soon as she came out of her closed-door training. The Phoenix King had been like a loving father to her. He had fallen in the god burial star sea. This had diluted the joy of proving her Tao. Now her cultivation had been imprisoned. So, she could only be at the mercy of others. Where are you? Only a cyan figure was left in her mind. Soon, this news had spread far and wide. It had even spread to the ancient Phoenix realm. All the major forces had people in the ancient Phoenix realm. Now, the ancient Phoenix realm and the Dragon Island wanted to form an alliance. This was undoubtedly a huge matter. A fallen phoenix was inferior to a chicken. However, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. The ancient Phoenix realm was still more tyrannical than many kings' sects, no matter how much it had declined. The alliance of these two colossi had made many kings' sects feel restless, especially when the remnant of the heavenly race had suddenly appeared. This was a sensitive period, so everyone was paying close attention to this matter. This matter had rapidly fermented after the Dragon Island had proposed marriage. The commotion had become bigger and bigger. Originally, the ancient Phoenix realm had only sent invitations to some king's sections. Only the higher-ups had known about this news. Most people weren't aware of this, but the news had suddenly erupted with the Dragon Island's proposal. It had erupted like a volcano. Everyone was waiting to see how the situation would develop. Why is Hua Menghan holding a marriage competition again? Didn't she already hold a marriage competition before, if I remember correctly? Many people still remembered the name of the heavenly Phoenix Maiden, even though it had happened several hundred years ago. However, Hua Menghan had run away from her marriage at that time. So, she's going to hold a marriage competition again now. However, Yi Shiwen was the final champion of the marriage competition, if I remember correctly. Moreover, wasn't there a rumor that they were a couple? So, how did this happen? Many people still remembered that Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan had joined hands to destroy the ancient Phoenix realm's marriage competition. It had left a deep impression on them. Chapter 2359. Many people were dumbfounded. They didn't know why Hua Menghan had to participate in the martial arts competition to find a husband. Could it be that the ancient Phoenix realm couldn't find anyone else? Especially since Hua Menghan already had a nominal husband. Hua Menghan had escaped the marriage. However, everyone knew that she and Yi Shiwen were a couple. Even Yi Shiwen's name, which had been forgotten by many people, had gradually started to be recalled by more and more people. Isn't this a slap in the face? They don't care about Yi Shiwen at all. Can Yi Shiwen endure this? Someone couldn't help but ridicule. These people were legendary figures for them. They had nothing to do with them in any case. They just wanted to watch a good show. The major forces saw the possibility of the union between the ancient Phoenix realm and the Dragon Island. One must know that these two forces were the overlords of the world in the distant past. Everyone had a terrifying background. No one knew how much strength they had yet to reveal. Now that they had joined forces, many people were worried, even though the ancient Phoenix realm had suffered heavy losses. The ancient Phoenix realm had suffered heavy losses. So, It was impossible for them to be on equal footing with the Dragon Island in the alliance. Basically, they had to follow the Dragon Island's lead. Wouldn't the Dragon Island's strength increase greatly after obtaining such a strong ally? This was the problem that everyone was worried about. They would be above the other forces when the time came. Ordinary people only focused a small part of their attention on this matter. They were more concerned about whether Yi Shiwen would come. Would he come to demand an explanation for them? A fierce conflict would certainly break out between the ancient Phoenix realm and the Dragon Island if he came. Perhaps they wouldn't have the face to see anyone in the future if he didn't come. Will the ancient Phoenix realm choose to get engaged with the Dragon Island? That's not necessarily the case. I'm afraid there are many people who are qualified to form an alliance with the ancient Phoenix realm. It's not necessarily an engagement. However, more and more people will be interested in this matter as long as this news is released. Those forces who originally weren't interested in forming an alliance with the ancient Phoenix realm won't let go of this opportunity in order to prevent the Dragon Island from forming an alliance with the ancient Phoenix realm. Many people had guessed the thoughts of those major forces. It would be very difficult to form an alliance under normal circumstances. After all, how could the ancient Phoenix realm be willing to be under someone else if their strength hadn't been damaged? But now things were different. Whoever could form an alliance with the ancient Phoenix realm would gain another helping hand. Therefore, even the titled king sects who weren't originally interested wouldn't easily let go of this opportunity. Similarly, the ancient Phoenix realm would have more options after the news had been released. They wouldn't necessarily have to hang themselves on the Dragon Island. It was definitely a good idea to kill several birds with one stone. I'm afraid that things will get more and more intense when that time comes. However, we'll have to see how determined the Dragon Island is to form an alliance this time. If they are willing to give up some benefits, it won't be difficult to rope in the current ancient Phoenix realm. Yes, it is said that the Dragon Island has always wanted to create the strongest bloodline of the dragon and the phoenix. They want to dominate the world. Now, Hua Menghan is the only person who has the heavenly phoenix body in the ancient phoenix world. So, the Dragon Island is determined to get her. However, it depends on how many benefits they are willing to give up. Everyone was discussing the benefits of the union between the two of them. As for Hua Menghan's opinion, it had already been forgotten by everyone. Hua Menghan's status in the ancient Phoenix world had plummeted without the support of the Phoenix King. She had already lost her right to speak. Who has the Dragon Island come to propose marriage for? Someone asked out of curiosity. It seems to be Ao Chaozong. He's the youngest elder of the Dragon Island. It is said that his cultivation had already reached an incredible level a long time ago. The one who has come to propose marriage is his father, Ao Dongxing. It's that guy. He's known as the peerless genius of the dragon race that appears once every 10,000 years. He should have confirmed his cultivation a few thousand years ago, if I'm not mistaken. It is said that his cultivation is comparable to those old monsters. It's hard to imagine. If that's the case, then they're truly a talented man and a beautiful woman. The strongest genius of the dragon race and the celestial phoenix lady of the phoenix race both have noble bloodlines and formidable strength. It is said that the celestial phoenix lady has also confirmed her cultivation. So, she's definitely a good match for Ao Chaozong. Someone sighed with emotion and said, "One must know that Hua Menghan had confirmed her cultivation at such a young age. There weren't many people in the ancient Phoenix world. She was a peerless heavens pride expert. However, she had received an evaluation that she was only a good match for Ao Chaozong. One could well imagine how terrifying and powerful Ao Chaozong was in everyone's hearts. So, will Yi Shiwen come or not? If his opponent is Ao Chaozong, I'm afraid that it'll be difficult for him to defeat Ao Chaozong in the martial arts competition in the future, even if he doesn't succeed now. Sigh, I'm afraid that we're not fated to be together." At this time, Yi Shiwen was sitting on the ground in a cave outside the city. His body was burning with boundless flames. It seemed to be burning away the impurities in his body. He was undergoing a shocking transformation. He had already set up a formation. He knew that the odds of success were not high if he went to the heavenly Phoenix Lake at this time. Even if the ancient Phoenix world had suffered a great loss, it was still more tyrannical than the ordinary regal sections. Moreover, the Dragon Island was involved in this matter, which made this matter countless times more complicated. However, he had no other choice. Hua Menghan was his woman. If he couldn't even protect his own woman, then how could he cultivate in the future? It would only leave an indelible shadow in his heart in the future. However, he had to be fully prepared before he went to disrupt the marriage proposal of the Dragon Island. His combat strength would go up another level when he broke through to the middle of the immortal level. His strength would increase tremendously, and he would be more confident. Even if he couldn't take Hua Menghan away, he would still mess up this engagement and retreat unscathed. Just when Yi Shiwen was cultivating in seclusion, there was a big change in the situation. After the news spread, many people were still waiting to see what would happen. A piece of news came. The new demon god, Yi Wudi, sent someone to send a letter of greeting and personally went to visit the ancient Phoenix world. Could it be that he wants to get involved and fight for Hua Menghan as well? Many people were stunned after hearing the news. They had no words to describe the feeling of shock in their hearts. Ao Chaozong was the most powerful genius of the Dragon Island in the past 10,000 years. He had proven his Tao for thousands of years, and his cultivation had reached an unbelievable level. Many of the experts of the older generation of the Dragon Island admitted that they were no match for him. However, Yi Wudi was also a legend in recent years. Before he had proven his Tao, he had already traveled in the God Burial Star Ocean. Later on, before he had proven his Tao, he had even killed a god. Now that he had proven his Tao, his cultivation was also unbelievably high. More importantly, Yi Wudi represented a supreme inheritance of the demon race. It was said that the ancient heavenly court had declined a long time ago, long before the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins had withdrawn from the struggle for the hegemony of the world, and before the demon race and the human race had risen. It was the demon race that ruled the universe. They established the heaven court to manage the universe. With the name of the heavenly court, one could imagine how powerful this force was. After many twists and turns, it was said that it had disappeared a long time ago. However, when Yi Wudi went to the God Burial Star Ocean, he claimed that he was the successor of the ancient heavenly court. However, people didn't pay much attention to it at first. Let's not talk about whether it was a fake or not. Even if it was true, the ancient heavenly court had declined a long time ago. After so many years, there was no news of anyone surviving. Even if he didn't know where he had obtained the inheritance of the ancient heavenly court, he was still far from being able to scare people with a tiger skin. But soon, after he announced the name of the ancient heavenly court, many powerful tribes announced their return to the banner of the ancient heavenly court. There were great demons that dominated the God Burial Star Ocean, and there were also powerful tribes that ruled many worlds. They all publicly surrendered to the ancient heavenly court. Many people were shocked. Some demon tribes and ancient great demons that didn't seem to have any connection were actually subordinates of the ancient heavenly court. They were clearly just hiding, but there were still extremely powerful forces among them. With Yi Wudi's appearance, these forces all surfaced. Now, behind Yi Wudi, there was also a huge force. The ancient heavenly court was not just a symbol. It was a force that people couldn't help but pay attention to. Just the tribes and experts that had publicly surrendered were already no less than the king's sect. Many people guessed that there were probably many forces that had yet to surface. The remaining forces of the ancient heavenly court were also frighteningly huge. Now that Yi Wudi had come personally, the meaning of this could not be underestimated even when the ancient Phoenix realm was still intact, let alone now that it was heavily injured. Many people also remembered that Yi Shiwen seemed to have a very good relationship with Yi Wudi. They called each other brothers. Naturally, he couldn't have come at this time to fight for a woman with his brother. Then there was only one possibility. He had come to support Yi Shiwen. Hua Menghan is my sister-in-law. Whoever forces her to marry is going against the ancient heavenly court, Yi Wuti said. As soon as he came out, his attitude was extremely unyielding. Such an attitude made many forces apprehensive. Unlike many kings' sect, the ancient heavenly court only had Yi Wuti as the heir in name. Everyone followed his lead. Encountering such a young and unyielding leader, it wasn't impossible for a war to break out. This had also given the ancient phoenix world a headache. They hadn't paid attention to Yi Shiwen at first. He was just a puny human. He wasn't a martial great sex inheritances. However, he had dared to challenge them. Wasn't he courting death? However, now that Yi Wuti had come personally, his purpose was very obvious. He was supporting Yi Shiwen. This was not to be trifled with. The Dragon Island was burning with anger. This was not only a slap in the face of the ancient Phoenix realm, but also a slap in the face of the Dragon Island. The ancient heavenly court was not to be trifled with, but the Dragon Island was not to be trifled with. In terms of foundation, the Dragon Island had a longer history than the ancient heavenly court. For a moment, swords were drawn. Everyone realized that this matter was going to be very serious. Chapter 2360. Neither the ancient heavenly court nor the Dragon Island could be insulted lightly. However, the ancient Phoenix world was also involved in this. It could be said that they were in a dilemma. The Dragon Island was undoubtedly the most suitable ally in the eyes of the ancient Phoenix world. However, the ancient heavenly court's background wasn't bad. Their influence was also enormous. It would have been best if Yi Wuti had come to participate in the competition. However, Yi Wuti had come to support Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had disrupted the marriage contest of the ancient Phoenix world last time, and many big shots of the ancient Phoenix world had a bad impression of Yi Shiwen. Feng Nantian couldn't wait to tear Yi Shiwen's body into 10,000 pieces. So, how could he be willing to let Yi Shiwen take Hua Menghan away? Marrying Hua Menghan to the Dragon Island was the best way to maximize the benefits. Only the Dragon Island would pay a considerable price to create the strongest bloodline and physique. The other forces wouldn't be like the Dragon Island. This was the most troublesome thing. Yi Shiwen wouldn't bring any benefits to them. In order to deal with the sudden arrival of Yi Wuti, the surviving elders of the ancient Phoenix world gathered together for a meeting. What should we do? The heavenly court's attitude is very unyielding. Are we going to offend the heavenly court in order to rope in the Dragon Island? An elder said worriedly. The name of the ancient heavenly court and the other forces that had surfaced one after another were enough to make them very afraid. So what if we offend them? Can they offer better conditions than the Dragon Island? Humph! Even if it's the heavenly court, will they dare to find trouble with us? Everyone knows that our ancient Phoenix realm is weak at this time. Because of this, we can't show any weakness. Otherwise, wouldn't they see through our weakness? A tough elder said in a cold voice. At this time, everyone knows that our ancient Phoenix realm is weak. That's right. Choosing the Dragon Island is undoubtedly the best choice. Apart from the Dragon Island, there won't be such generous conditions. An elder echoed. Are you sure that the Dragon Island's conditions are generous? Apart from those things, we are at a complete disadvantage in the alliance. Are we going to be a burden to the Dragon Island in the future? Someone immediately retorted. The point isn't the Dragon Island, but the ancient heavenly court's overbearing attitude. They're going too far. The unyielding elder retorted. Do you want Hua Menghan to be taken away by Yi Shiwen? The Dragon Island is much stronger than Yi Shiwen. Suddenly, the entire conference room burst into a heated debate. The opinions of everyone present weren't unified. Originally, the opinion of Hua Menghan was very divided. Not everyone agreed with this idea, especially since Phoenix King had died in battle to preserve the lives of his clansmen. His corpse hadn't even turned cold yet, but he had already done such a thing. It was very disappointing. Many people had a feeling of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. They didn't dare to imagine how their descendants would be treated in the future. Are we going to reject the heavenly court? Are they not to be trifled with? Someone said with uncertainty. Silence, everyone. At this moment, Fong Nantian finally spoke. We don't have that much time to continue waiting. I understand everyone's feelings. However, our ancient Phoenix realm can't be mentioned in the same breath as before. I hope that everyone can understand this clearly. Since I'm the acting clan leader now, I'm the one who has the final say. The engagement plan will proceed according to the original plan. No one can stop it. If the ancient heavenly court really wants to go against us, do you think that the Dragon Island can just watch and do nothing? Therefore, everyone doesn't need to worry. The marriage between the Dragon Island and the ancient Phoenix realm proceeded as scheduled. Some people hadn't expected that the ancient Phoenix realm would eventually give up on the marriage under the pressure of the heavenly court. However, many people felt that the ancient Phoenix realm was somewhat unfair in this regard. Hua Menghan had already been betrothed to someone else. Moreover, they were in love with each other. So, it was the same as breaking up the affectionate couple. They knew that the ancient Phoenix realm was powerful. However, they couldn't stop themselves from thinking this way. The Dragon Island was obviously satisfied. However, the heavenly court was obviously very dissatisfied. Especially the leader of the heavenly court, Yi Wudi, had come in person. How could they let this matter go? But even so, a month later, when the Dragon Island really went to the betrothal ceremony and handed down the betrothal gifts, there were still countless people who went to watch the ceremony. As long as they had a bit of status, almost all of them went together. Everyone was very clear that this betrothal was likely to evolve into a world-shaking collision. Suddenly, there was a huge crowd of people. All of them were influential people in the ancient Phoenix realm. Even some big shots from other worlds had come. It was very lively for a moment. This engagement would be held in the Sky Phoenix Lake. Although it was a lake, it wasn't actually on the ground, but in the sky. It was an island floating in the void. It was very huge. It was faintly discernible in the clouds. It was like a fairyland. The waterfall that fell from the sky was like a silver curtain, covering everything in it. There was a huge crowd. However, the Sky Phoenix Lake was very big. It could accommodate all of them. Many attendants and guests were shuttling back and forth. They were toasting each other. It was a very lively scene. However, everyone's mind wasn't on eating and drinking. Instead, they were focused on the Dragon Island and the heavenly court. Only Yi Wudi and an old man had come from the heavenly court side. Nobody knew who he was. He just followed Yi Wudi's every step. However, nobody dared to look down on him. It was obvious that he was Yi Wudi's confidant. With the current power of the ancient heavenly court, he was also an extraordinary person. On the Dragon Island side, there were obviously more people. Among the crowd, there was a middle-aged man who walked like a dragon and tiger. It was none other than Ao Chaozong's father, Ao Dongxing. Compared to his son, Ao Dongxing seemed to be much inferior. The student had surpassed the master, and this was vividly reflected in Ao Dongxing. However, Ao Dongxing was his son, so naturally the father's status depended on his son. No one dared to look down on Ao Dongxing. Beside Ao Dongxing, there were many powerful people of the Dragon Clan. This time, they came with great momentum. They wanted to completely cut off the other people's delusions. Ao Dongxing pushed the crowd aside and walked straight to Yi Wudi. He said, "Junior, you're Yi Wudi? Don't you think you're being a busybody?" Everyone's spirits were lifted. They felt their hearts tremble. The clash between the two giants was finally about to begin. Be it the Dragon Island or the newly revived ancient heavenly court, they were not things that ordinary king-rank sects could compare to. This clash would be like Mars colliding with Earth. It would be incomparably intense. "Junior? Ha ha ha." Yi Wudi laughed out loud. When I was dominating the world, you were still playing in the mud somewhere. How dare you call me Junior? Idiot. What did you say? Ao Dongxing's expression immediately darkened. Yi Wuti was even more disrespectful than he had expected. It was practically a slap in the face. No one knew why Yi Wuti said that. They just treated it as a joke. Yi Wuti had only been in the world for a few years. Ao Dongxing had already proven his Tao tens of thousands of years ago, although he was not as outstanding as Ao Chaozong. Those who could prove their Tao were not simple. I'm being a busybody. Don't you think your Dragon Island is stretching their hands too far? You want to create the strongest bloodline. Aren't you afraid of shortening your lifespan? Don't you understand this? Yi Wuti said faintly. He completely ignored Ao Dongxing's eyes that looked like he wanted to devour someone. You Dragon Island and Phoenix Clan are already blessed by the heavens. You still want to go against the heavens. I think you are the ones who have lost your heads. Humph. I don't think so. The combination of the best of the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan will definitely have the potential to become an emperor in the future. Ao Dongxing said coldly. The surrounding people gasped. It turned out that the Dragon Clan was planning to pass the test. Ever since the Dragon Ancestor and Phoenix Ancestor passed away, no monarch-level characters appeared in the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan. They actually wanted to combine the strongest bloodline of the two clans to create a monarch-level character. If it was really possible, then the future development of the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan would be limitless. It was not impossible for them to dominate the world again. At this moment, everyone finally understood why the ancient Phoenix realm could unite with the Dragon Island. They didn't hesitate to offend the ancient heavenly court. It turned out that they had such a big plan. This matter was not difficult to guess. It was just that many people didn't think about it. At this moment, some people who reacted faster had already thought about it. No wonder all the major forces wanted to stop them. If the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan really became the power, then the others would not have a good time. You think a good bloodline will definitely be able to achieve the Tao? I think you are getting more and more muddle-headed as you get older. You actually still believe in this fallacy at this stage. Yi Wuti didn't care at all. Moreover, I don't care if you want to test it on other people. But she can't. It doesn't matter if she comes or not. You guys can't succeed today. God, Lord Yi, we, the ancient Phoenix realm, respect you as the leader of a force. We treat you as a distinguished guest. We don't want you to cause trouble. If that's the case, we, the ancient Phoenix realm, do not welcome you. At this moment, Feng Nantian appeared nearby and said coldly. Everyone looked over. The ancient Phoenix realm wanted to join hands with the Dragon Island to drive Yi Wuti out. Cause trouble? How come I don't know about it? I only know that she is my sister-in-law, since she has been betrothed to Yi Shiwen. Whoever wants to touch my sister-in-law will have to go through me. Yi Wuti indifferently said. He didn't waver because of Feng Nantian's words. TSK, TSK. Everyone in the ancient Phoenix realm is like this. Even I feel bitterly disappointed. How long has it been since the previous Phoenix King perished? His corpse hasn't even turned cold yet. Yet, you people are already so impatient to leave. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Everyone in the ancient Phoenix realm is like this. It's no wonder that there aren't any monarchs anymore. Feng Nantian was caught red-handed. He was about to get angry, but he heard a loud shout coming from the horizon. Who is it? Chapter 2361. Who is it? A loud shout was heard. Along with this shout, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. Boundless divine might raged out. Without any hesitation, the Nanming Leaf fire instantly ignited, wanting to kill the person who came in the blink of an eye. The raging flames turned the sky into a sea of fire. Everyone was shocked by the raging flames in an instant. Rip! There was a loud sound, as if the entire sky was torn apart. A pair of big hands stretched out from the void and suddenly pulled to both sides, directly tearing the Nanmingli fire apart. The Nanmingli fire was instantly grabbed by the big hands and was crushed into sparks that filled the sky. "Set up the formation!" The figures suddenly shouted, and then a few figures jumped out at the same time, setting up a formation. "Humph, you really came. You overestimate yourself." Foam Nanshan's eyes were somewhat cold. His eyes were indifferent. Obviously, he had already expected that someone would come to cause trouble, and he was even prepared. These experts had long been lying in ambush, intending to catch Yi Shiwen in one fell swoop. "How dare you?" Yi Wuti was furious and looked at Foam Nantian. At this moment, everyone understood from the conversation between the two that the person who suddenly jumped in was not someone else, but Yi Shiwen. Everyone looked at Foam Nantian with some fear in their eyes. What a vicious heart! What a meticulous plan! With these experts lying in ambush, even if Yi Shiwen wanted to cause trouble, he would have to see if he had the ability to do so. "Why wouldn't I dare? Your heavenly court can't control me." Foam Nantian sneered, then looked at the sky and said, "Capture them all. If they resist, kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, the divine formation was set up. They had been training for a long time, and they were waiting for today to capture Yi Shiwen in one fell swoop. In an instant, a few people each occupied a corner, forming a huge divine formation. "These are all gods!" Many outsiders couldn't help but gasp when they saw the scene. How extravagant! Tao, confirming experts, could be considered the cream of the crop in any force. They took out a few experts in one go to set up a divine formation. It was conceivable that the ancient Phoenix realm was prepared this time. Foam Nantian sneered, and his eyes were extremely cold. "Scram!" A loud shout was heard, and a huge golden hand suddenly slammed down from the sky. Boom! With a bang, the entire divine formation shook violently. Then cracks appeared and grew larger and larger. With a bang, it completely turned into nothingness, turning into a rain of light that scattered in all directions. Pooh! 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 Before the gods who had set up the god formation could react, they were sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Foam Nanshan's eyes widened instantly. He was fully prepared for this matter. He also knew that Yi Shiwen had already proven his Tao. After all, it was something that happened 200 years ago. It was no longer a secret now. There would always be a way to investigate it. According to the normal situation, what could Yi Shiwen, who had just achieved Tao 200 years ago, do? Among the masters who set up the divine formation, there were even masters in the late immortal level. It was more than enough to suppress a beginner immortal level. However, he did not expect that he would be able to break it with one move. The endless light rain dispersed, and everyone saw a cyan figure in the sky. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yi Shiwen? "Ha ha ha! You went for wool and came home shorn." Yi Wuti laughed loudly. Yi Shiwen landed directly. His expression was cold, and there was inexplicable coldness in his eyes. "What are you doing here?" Foam Nantian asked with a cold face. If he could take him down with lightning speed, it would naturally be good to intimidate people. However, Yi Shiwen had broken it so easily, and he was the one who was slapped in the face. He was already regretting in his heart. If he knew this would happen, he would have done it himself. He did not believe that he could not deal with a mere immortal level. However, it was useless to regret now. "I am here to pay tribute to the Phoenix King," Yi Shiwen said faintly, but his voice was extremely loud. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire ancient Phoenix world. The people on Foam Nanshan's side were even more embarrassed. Yi Shiwen was here to slap their faces and pay tribute to the Phoenix King. This was a blatant mockery. They had done such a chilling thing before the Phoenix King's corpse had even turned cold. As expected, The faces of the representatives and powerhouses of the other clans revealed an expression of as expected. No matter what, such behavior was indeed despicable. Naturally, they were also extremely disdainful. However, Fong Nantian was now the acting clan leader. In the future, he might have the opportunity to advance further and become the new Phoenix King of the ancient Phoenix world. The Phoenix King was a title that was recognized by countless people. Not every clan leader of the Phoenix clan could become the Phoenix King. You're an outsider. What qualifications do you have to pay tribute to the Phoenix King? Fong Nantian said while gritting his teeth. He could not wait to tear Yi Shiwen into pieces, but he could not do it in public. He could not settle the differences within the ancient Phoenix world. He could only use his authority as the clan leader to temporarily suppress it. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the old man beside Yi Wudi had been using his divine sense to lock onto him. This was a blatant warning. He did not put Fong Nantian in his eyes at all. Fong Nantian was extremely angry in his heart. The things that he had planned to do had happened again and again. This had caused his reputation as the acting clan leader to suffer a setback. Am I an outsider? Meng Han is the adopted daughter of the Phoenix King. Everyone knows that she is the Phoenix goddess. Since I am her husband, I am naturally the son-in-law of the ancient Phoenix world. How can I be considered an outsider? Yi Shiwen indifferently said. Fong Nantian gnashed his teeth in hatred. Yi Shiwen had not mentioned the marriage between the ancient Phoenix world and the Dragon Island. It was as if this matter had never happened. Yi Shiwen had insisted that Hua Menghan was his wife. This had made Fong Nantian feel completely unreasonable. The surrounding people thought for a moment. It was indeed as Yi Shiwen had said. Yi Shiwen was the son-in-law of the ancient Phoenix world. So he was naturally not an outsider. This conflict was clearly a precursor to the internal strife of the ancient Phoenix world. That's right. I've never heard that a son-in-law can't come to pay respects to his father-in-law. There's no such logic in this world, right? Yi Wudi also fanned the flames from the side and said, Fong Nantian felt like vomiting blood. If you want to pay respects to the Phoenix King, then go to the morning hall. You have clearly come here to cause trouble, and you still dare to say that you have come to pay respects to the Phoenix King? He could only clench his teeth and said, If you want to pay respects to the Phoenix King, then please go to another place. We have set up a morning hall. It doesn't matter how long you want to pay respects to him, but don't disrupt our engagement ceremony today. Fong Nantian. Yi Shiwen coldly glanced at him and said, I don't care if you want to grovel and surrender to the Dragon Island, but you have so many daughters and you insist on giving them to my wife. Do you think that I can ignore this? Fong Nantian had the urge to vomit blood. It was true that they had formed an alliance with the Dragon Island, but what did he mean by surrendering to the Dragon Island? Yi Shiwen's words were as malicious as one could imagine. His words had nailed him to the position of a despicable person who had betrayed his own race for glory in just a few short sentences. What was this about giving his daughters to the Dragon Island? Their marriage wasn't about surrendering to the Dragon Island. Yi Shiwen's voice had barely faded when the faces of some experts of the ancient Phoenix world became strange. These people were the higher-ups of the ancient Phoenix world. They knew that this was a special period. However, it was very obvious that the Dragon Island was leading the alliance. So, they had felt somewhat sullen at first. But they had suddenly thought of the same thing after Yi Shiwen had mentioned it. They weren't as unbearable as Yi Shiwen had said. However, the more they thought about it, the more sullen they became. They were the dignified descendants of the ancient Phoenix, world's Phoenix ancestor. They had noble bloodline. However, they had to submit to their old rival of countless years now. So, they naturally felt very unhappy in their hearts. Yi Shiwen, don't slander me. Fong Nantian's complexion turned ashen. He said while gnashing his teeth, Whether it's slander or not, You know it in your heart. However, this has nothing to do with me. I just want to take Meng Han away. You guys ask her to come out and speak." Yi Shiwen shot a glance at him and said, Feng Nantian obviously couldn't ask Hua Menghan to come out and confront Yi Shiwen at this time. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a complete mess? One must know that Hua Menghan was still insisting on not getting married. Everyone had more or less guessed this. However, his face would be slapped swollen if this was exposed. Moreover, the people of the ancient Phoenix world and the Dragon Island's reputation would be further solidified in their hearts. Humph, don't go too far. This engagement is the beginning of the alliance between the ancient Phoenix world and the Dragon Island. Don't blame me for being impolite if you don't know what's good for you. Feng Nantian wished that he could slap Yi Shiwen to death. The surrounding people had already begun to discuss spiritedly. Various kinds of whispers had begun to appear, especially those experts who weren't part of his faction. They were looking at him in an even more unfriendly manner. Engagement? Ha ha ha. This is ridiculous. Who has ever heard of an engagement where both parties aren't present? The corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. Feng Nantian, do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand? Yi Shiwen, you've ruined my Dragon Clan's plans time and time again. It seems that you've made up your mind to go against my Dragon Clan. A tyrannical god had come out of the Dragon Clan at this time. The Dragon Island had also sent experts in order to facilitate this matter. In fact, it was enough for a Dao-confirming expert to personally go and act as a matchmaker anywhere. Yi Shiwen didn't pay any attention to him. He was fixedly staring at Feng Nantian. He had completely regarded that expert of the Dragon Clan as heir. Yi Shiwen, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Are you deaf? That expert of the Dragon Clan suddenly felt that he had been ignored. So he became furious. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of talking to me? Get lost. Yi Shiwen didn't even turn his head as he replied. He had completely ignored that expert. Good, good, good. That expert of the Dragon Clan was seething with anger. He suddenly released boundless divine power. The weather changed in an instant. The god's anger could cause millions of corpses to fall and the earth to shake. Chapter 2362. He directly used his dragon claw to grab Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt a strong pressure pressing down on him. However, the people around him didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. This attack alone reflected the extraordinary cultivation of this Dragon Clan's master. Stupid! Feng Nantian suddenly scolded. One should know that Yi Shiwen had directly broken the divine formation that he had set up. How could this person's strength stop this damn Yi Shiwen? When this huge dragon claw slashed down, Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed with a cold light. A burst of aura suddenly erupted from his body. It turned out that he also had the cultivation of the middle immortal level. The dragon claw was instantly broken. Yes, Yi Shiwen finally broke into the middle immortal level in one fell swoop. His accumulation over the past 200 years and the consumption of countless magic materials completely erupted in a short period of time. It allowed him to completely break into the middle immortal level in a short period of time, and it was not even the peak. He is actually also in the middle immortal level. Such fast progress. He only just proved his Tao 200 years ago. No, this damn Yi Shiwen is too big of a threat. At this time, countless thoughts flashed in Feng Nantian's mind. He was even more afraid of Yi Shiwen. Currently, Yi Shiwen's strength was still not a threat to him. The truly terrifying thing was his cultivation speed. If this continued, it would not take thousands or tens of thousands of years for Yi Shiwen to pose a strong threat to him. Thousands or tens of thousands of years were very long for ordinary people. It was very likely that it was already a lifetime. For gods, it was very short. Time had already stopped flowing for gods, and it had no meaning anymore. Idiot! Yi Shiwen sneered. This was something that came to him to establish his prestige. Just nice. He appeared in front of this dragon clan master in an instant. He directly blasted a punch, and the world instantly collapsed. Boom! In an instant, it seemed like the pillar of the world was broken by Yi Shiwen's punch. This dragon clan master did not even have the slightest reaction, and he was blasted away by Yi Shiwen's punch. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and the rules in his body were messed up. The divine light on his body was dim. An expert who cultivated to the level of gods was already very difficult to kill, and his recovery ability was also tyrannical and terrifying. Who would have thought that he would be seriously injured by Yi Shiwen's punch? Pooh! The blood spurted out of this dragon clan's expert, splashed everywhere. His entire body was sent flying upside down, and severely crashed into a surrounding enchantment. Then he stopped and tumbled down. His hair was disheveled, and he looked at the eyes of the people around him. He was so angry that he spat out a dozen mouthfuls of blood in succession. His blood had a black color to it. This was the result of Yi Shiwen's attack. What? It didn't matter if it was the experts of the dragon race, the ancient phoenix world, or the other parties. All of them had gathered over in shock at this moment. They simply couldn't believe their own eyes. Some of the experts of the Dragon Island had opened their mouths wide. In fact, they couldn't close them. Although the Dragon Tribe Master was not the most powerful person in the world, he was on intermediate immortal level. He was definitely a famous person on Dragon Island. Unless there was an immortal level master, it would be difficult for an immortal level master to injure him. Even in the God Burial Star Ocean, he had the ability to protect himself. He could come and go as he pleased. Now that he was sent flying by a punch, he couldn't even react in time. It was as if he had encountered an expert who was not an arcane level. It was unbelievable. What was even more unbelievable was that Yi Shiwen was only on intermediate immortal level. How could he be so powerful? They could not imagine that there was such a huge difference in their abilities despite both of them being on intermediate immortal level. It was simply unimaginable. Damn it! The Dragon Tribe Master was sent flying by Yi Shiwen. At this moment he was extremely furious. The anger in his heart could not be suppressed. He instantly flew up, and the divine power in his body was burning. He was burning his origin. Go to hell! He roared furiously as he transformed into an enormous hand that instantly slapped down. This enormous hand carried countless divine Tao laws, and in an instant it was vast and mighty. It transformed into a rain of light, and it carried the might to annihilate everything as it smashed down towards Yi Shiwen. He's gone mad. He's gone mad because of Yi Shiwen. He's burning his origin for a fight. Someone exclaimed. The lifespan of a god was infinite. Naturally, there was no such thing as burning one's life. However, the gods had their own methods too, which was burning their origin. To a god, the origin was everything. The more powerful the origin, the more powerful their cultivation would be. The result of burning their origin would either cause their cultivation to deteriorate after the battle or leave an indelible injury. They would not simply use it unless they were fighting with their lives on the line. However, this person had actually burned his origin. That was why everyone said that he had gone mad because of Yi Shiwen's provocation. However, everyone then saw an even more incredible scene. They saw Yi Shiwen's expressionless face as he instantly made his move. His big hand directly grabbed towards the big hand that had been formed by the burning of the origin power. Bang! The Dragon Clan's expert's big hand was instantly destroyed by Yi Shiwen. It was like a whirlwind that had swept away the clouds. Yi Shiwen had destroyed the big hand in an instant. This formidable power was absorbed into Yi Shiwen's body and nothing was left. It was completely digested by Yi Shiwen, and not even a little bit was left. Then, Yi Shiwen directly slapped him. Bang! The Dragon Clan Master was once again slapped away. His entire body flew backward like a spinning top. He was instantly defeated. Even though he had burned his origin, there was still no difference. It seemed that no matter what level of power, it was simply vulnerable in front of Yi Shiwen. Many of them were almost scared to death when they saw that. It was as if they had seen something unbelievable. Even some of the experts who had already achieved peak immortal level would not be able to do that to a peak immortal level, intermediate immortal level. It seemed that even a master at peak advanced immortal level could not suppress this guy. Although there were many people who had proven their Tao, they could not help but feel a little scared. If they were in Yi Shiwen's shoes, they might be in a worse situation. The Dragon Clan Master was severely injured by Yi Shiwen and his mouth was smashed. He could only moan and did not know what to say. Yi Shiwen, do you really think that there's no one in the ancient Phoenix realm? You can be as arrogant as you want here. Feng Nantian asked in an unfriendly manner. He was planning to seize the opportunity to attack Yi Shiwen. Am I being arrogant? He attacked me first. Don't tell me that I don't even have the ability to defend myself? Yi Shiwen responded calmly, as if the person that he had slapped was not a master at intermediate immortal level, but an insignificant bug. If that's the case, do you think that I can only wait to be killed since you guys want to kill me? Moreover, I need someone who can make the decision now. He doesn't know who he is, and how dare he jump out. He's digging his own grave. Well said. Yuwudi clapped his hands and said. Some of the masters on the Dragon Island also felt sad. Especially at this moment, they felt that they were not only slapping that person's face, but also slapping their faces. As a Tao-confirming expert, he was treated like an ancestor wherever he went. However, he was treated as an insignificant nobody one day. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's blatant disdain made them feel very uncomfortable. Although they were angry, they didn't dare to go up and find trouble with Yi Shiwen. Was this a joke? They were just insinuating now. If they really rushed up and were slapped away by Yi Shiwen like bugs, then they would really be insignificant nobodies and they would lose face in the future. The dignity of a Tao verifier was just a huge joke. Many people were looking at them. There must be a battle between Yi Shiwen and Feng Nantian. It was impossible for them to give in. Both of them had their reasons for not giving in. Yi Shiwen, I don't know which ditch you came from, but if you want to ruin my son's plan, I will make you die without a burial place. Ao Dongxing stood up and walked towards Yi Shiwen. His eyes were incomparably cold, and his killing intention was awe-inspiring. So what? It's not the first time I ruined your Dragon Clan's plan. There are countless people in your Dragon Clan who want to kill me. Who do you think you are? Line up and ask Ao Chaozong to come out and speak. Yi Shiwen said. Everyone was shocked. Only Yi Shiwen dared to speak like this. Not to mention Ao Chaozong. Ao Dongxing's cultivation was also very strong. He was not a small person on the Dragon Island. Who dared to shout at him like this? Ao Dongxing was so angry that his face turned green. He finally felt the feeling when Yi Shiwen grabbed Feng Nantian's head. He could really talk you to death with just one mouth. You have ruined my Dragon Clan's plan time and time again, and you still dare to appear here. I think you are courting death. Ao Dongxing said through his teeth. That's your Dragon Clan courting death. Stop talking nonsense and ask Ao Chaozong to come out. Yi Shiwen said coldly. Yi Shiwen, don't be too arrogant. It's not that I don't have a way to kill you. Feng Nantian said. I'm only here to take my wife away. Is that wrong? How long do you intend to obstruct me? Yi Shiwen said calmly. Humph, my son is fighting in the outer domain now. He can't come here. You must have grasped this point. That's why you dare to be arrogant. If my son is here, you won't be able to be so presumptuous. Ao Dongxing said coldly. Where Ao Chaozong is fighting is none of my business. But he wants to steal my woman. I won't let him go. Yi Shiwen said, Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Chapter 2363. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? A cold voice came from the void. Immediately after, countless spiritual qi gathered, and slowly condensed into a tyrannical figure. He had a majestic figure and was dressed in a dragon robe, looking extremely mighty. His face was handsome as if it had been carved out by a knife, and the 2 dragon horns on his head looked like they were about to soar into the sky, transforming into 2 flood dragons. Ao Chaozong, why is he here? Wasn't he fighting in the outer region? When did he come back? Someone exclaimed. He had seen this person before. It was the famous expert of the dragon clan, Ao Chaozong. Everyone's spirit was lifted. One of the 3 main characters that everyone had been talking about had finally appeared. However, everyone was shocked. Ao Chaozong had said that he wouldn't come. Why was he here? If Ao Chaozong came in person, Ao Dongxing would definitely not come. Although it was a bit embarrassing to say it, it was the truth. Ao Chaozong's status in the Dragon Island was far higher than Ao Dongxing's. In this world, everything depended on one's strength. Yi Shiwen opened his eye of redemption and looked at it for a moment. He suddenly laughed. Ao Chaozong, you want to be so insolent with just a clone? Everyone was enlightened when they heard this. They quickly opened their eyes and looked at it. Although it wasn't obvious, they could more or less tell that Ao Chaozong had indeed used a clone. Everyone came to a realization. No wonder Ao Chaozong could come in person. However, they could still feel a strong pressure coming from Ao Chaozong. This was definitely not something an ordinary divine sense clone could do. The ability of an ordinary divine sense clone was not enough to make these Tao confirming experts feel such a strong pressure. However, everything was crystal clear in Yi Shiwen's eyes. Ao Chaozong had borrowed the power of a divine tool and had used his divine sense to descend on this divine tool. Moreover, he had burned all the power within this divine tool to achieve such an amazing result. However, after this battle, no matter who won or lost, this divine tool would definitely be scrapped. Sure enough, he was worthy of being from a prestigious family. This kind of nouveau riche was definitely not something a self-deprecating prodigal like Yi Shiwen could compare with. He was also unwilling to use a divine tool to do so. Father, this brat dares to insult our Dragon Island. Today, I'll make his blood flow like a river. Ao Chaozong said coldly, as for dealing with you, you're merely an immortal level intermediate stage. There's no need for my true body to descend. Even I'm more than enough to kill you. The faint roar of a dragon could be heard coming from Ao Chaozong's body as a set of glowing robes appeared on his body. The robes were engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, as well as all living things in the world. It was as if he was wearing an entire world on his body. As expected of Ao Chaozong, it's just a clone, and it's already so impressive. With such a character on the Dragon Island, there might really be another character like the ancestral dragon in the future. I'm afraid that Yi Shiwen is in big trouble this time. His cultivation is pretty good, but it's still incomparable to Ao Chaozong's. It's just a clone, and it's already so powerful. I can't imagine how tyrannical he would be if his real body were to descend. Many people began to look down on Yi Shiwen. Although Yi Shiwen's performance just now was also amazing, there seemed to be a gap between him and Ao Chaozong's prestige that had been accumulated over the years, especially when it was just a clone. No one thought that Yi Shiwen would be able to win if his real body were to descend. Feng Nantian looked at the two of them with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't do anything because of his identity and the warning from the old man beside Yi Wudi. However, Ao Chaozong didn't have such concerns. The Dragon Island wasn't the ancient Phoenix realm that had lost a lot of strength. They didn't need to act according to the wishes of the ancient heavenly court. When Ao Chaozong killed Yi Shiwen, the Dragon Island would be the one to blame if there were any problems, and it would have nothing to do with them. This was naturally the best outcome. He didn't think that Yi Shiwen could defeat Ao Chaozong, even if it was just a clone. Yi Shiwen, what right do you have to fight with me over Hua Menghan? Ao Chaozong said coldly. He didn't intend to start a fight right away. Do I still need to fight with you? Meng Han is my wife to begin with. What reason do I need now? Yi Shiwen said tit for tat. Both of them were releasing their imposing aura. They wouldn't let the other party have the opportunity to crush their hearts. Yi Shiwen's body was blooming with multicolored rays of light. The flowing lights were overflowing, and it looked like a glazed jade. He stepped forward step by step like an ancient god of war. Good, Yi Shiwen, kill him. He's just a junior, and he dares to be so arrogant. Does he really think that he's the ancestral dragon? Yi Wudi didn't want to be left out. He cheered from the side. He looked like he wanted to see the world in chaos, and he didn't care about the matter at all. Ao Chaozong, Meng Han doesn't like you. So, you should give up on this idea. What do you mean by the strongest bloodline? Your dragon island should stop dreaming. I won't let you have your way as long as I'm alive, Yi Shiwen said coldly. It doesn't matter if she likes me or not. Feelings can be cultivated over time. As for you, don't talk big. No one can stop me if I want to kill you, Ao Chaozong said coldly. He looked at Yi Shiwen as if he was looking at a bug. In fact, Yi Shiwen was just a nobody in his eyes. He didn't treat Yi Shiwen as an equal opponent. Come and try. Yi Shiwen didn't give in. Ao Chaozong took the initiative to attack before he finished speaking. He grabbed Yi Shiwen's neck with one hand. He didn't care about Yi Shiwen at all. He wanted to grab him. Yi Shiwen didn't want to be outdone either. He attacked like lightning. Endless power surged in his hand as soon as he attacked. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched. Bang! The two of them attacked in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. There were only a few people present who could see it. Many people didn't know what was going on, but both of them had already exchanged blows. Boom! The void collapsed on the spot and cracks formed. Then they spread in all directions like a spider web. A terrifying power surged out from the cracks like a landslide or tsunami. It was very terrifying. This was a peerless and terrifying power surging out from both of their hands. Violent power was released from both of their hands and rolled in all directions. At the same time, the formation of the heavenly phoenix lake was resurrected and turned the aftermath into nothingness. Otherwise, a fight between 2 god-level masters would be enough to destroy a planet instantly. The terrifying power of both of them shocked everyone. They were all Tao confirmation level masters, but they didn't feel so horrified. Ao Chaozong did not move at all. The raging energy caused his clothes to flutter violently. His eyes were extremely sharp, as if a universe was being born and destroyed in his eyes. A faint golden dragon of magical power formed on his body, protecting him within it. No attack could harm his body. Yi Shiwen wasn't any worse. He had put on the 5 emperors' battle armor without anyone noticing. It was as if a real emperor had been resurrected and had come to this world again. It made people tremble with fear. Yi Shiwen is dead this time. He dared to provoke my son. He won't live to see tomorrow's sun. Ao Dongxing's complexion turned better. He had absolute confidence in his son. Meanwhile, the battle between the two of them was still going on, and an even more astonishing battle had erupted in an instant. Bursts of bright light erupted from Ao Chaozong's eyes, and a strange pattern appeared. This was a very ancient magical eye technique, and it blasted towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. Yi Shiwen's eyes of redemption also burst out from his eyes. It was also an ancient magic power. The power of redemption formed in front of him distorted everything. This power couldn't even blast into him. It was twisted into the endless void by the power of redemption. And at this time, Yi Shiwen took the initiative to attack. The sky-splitting sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed it towards Ao Chaozong. Clang! An astonishing sword light soared into the sky and shattered everything in its path. It was unknown when a heavenly halberd appeared in Ao Chaozong's hand. It was summoned from the distant void. It instantly appeared in his hand and faced the sky-splitting sword head-on. Clang! A violent explosion sounded. The terrifying power shook the battlefield, and the sound waves even penetrated the barrier. Many people screamed in pain, and their ears were instantly shaken to the point of bleeding. Countless laws were displayed in the instant when both of them were fighting. Both of them had reached a shocking level of understanding in martial arts. In the blink of an eye, the raging tide of energy had annihilated many barriers. Even more arrays were automatically resurrected at this time. Otherwise, the entire Sky Phoenix Lake would have been destroyed under the fight between these two people. Both of them seemed to be evenly matched. Neither could do anything to the other, especially Ao Chaozong. His strength was greatly restricted, and he couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen. Ao Chaozong's physical body faintly showed signs of collapsing in this collision. After all, it wasn't his real body that had arrived. Even a divine tool fell into a disadvantageous position in the face of Yi Shiwen's gilded tyrant form. However, golden runes erupted from his body and immediately stabilized his physical body that was on the verge of collapsing. Everyone ran a little further away to avoid getting injured by the aftershocks of the battle between these two. They were also aware of the abnormal strength of Yi Shiwen's physical body. It was unimaginable that Ao Chaozong's physical body, which was condensed from a divine tool, was about to collapse in a single blow. No wonder that Dragon Clan expert couldn't even fight back. His physical body was too terrifying. Chapter 2364. Everyone could not take their eyes off the battle. The aftermath of the battle between the two of them had far exceeded the middle immortal level and everyone's imagination. Whether it was Ao Chaozong who was able to unleash such an explosive power with only a clone, or Yi Shiwen who was able to unleash the combat power of a peak immortal level when he was only in the middle immortal level, both of them were outstanding talents with outstanding abilities. Ao Chaozong did not hesitate at all and attacked Yi Shiwen's magic tool again. He pinched a seal with both of his hands and drew a long dragon that was hundreds of miles long. This was the result of him deliberately compressing it. The dragon rushed towards Yi Shiwen fiercely. There were dense cracks in the sky even before it reached Yi Shiwen. It was a horrifying scene, as if the sky was peeling off and shattering. This was the Dragon Clan's unique skill, the Heavenly Dragon Seal. It was so powerful that it could pierce through a world. It was extremely horrifying. Yi Shiwen did not give in at all. He took a step forward and also made a seal with his hands. Heaven flipping seal. The huge seal in his hand formed a huge seal, and he slammed it down on the long dragon. Bang! Yi Shiwen's seal smashed the head of the long dragon, causing it to bleed. The attack was stopped. This was a battle between two supreme seals. Impossible! How can there be a seal in this world that is comparable to our heavenly dragon seal? Ao Dongxing said in disbelief. The others also looked as if they had seen a ghost. The Dragon Clan's heavenly dragon seal was famous in the world. This seal came from the heavenly dragon seal that the ancestral dragon wore. Later on, the heavenly dragon seal disappeared along with the ancestral dragon. However, the method of using the heavenly dragon seal was passed down. It was the heavenly dragon seal. This was a powerful seal left by the ancestral dragon. It was extremely fierce and overbearing. It was rare to find a seal that was comparable to the heavenly dragon seal in the world. Where did this heaven-flipping seal come from? It was so powerful. Bang! 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 The powerful seal from both sides continued to fight in the sky like two huge robots colliding in the sky. The battle between the two of them seemed simple, but those who truly understood would know that the two of them had already ascended to the level of laws. The battle between the two of them seemed simple, but that wasn't actually the case. The seals that the two of them had conjured weren't true god artifacts. Instead, they were materialized forms of laws that had already solidified. Ao Chaozong held the heavenly ancient halberd in one hand, and the heavenly dragon seal in the other hand kept tumbling down, shattering everything in its path. Yi Shiwen also held the sky-breaking sword in one hand and the overturning sky seal in the other. Neither of them was willing to give in, and they were going tit for tat. The two of them fought like two blazing suns clashing. Heaven and earth trembled, and the void became translucent, as if it had been turned into crystals. All sorts of laws interweaved together, devouring and repelling each other. No one could tell just how many laws had manifested at their level of cultivation. They'd long since been able to comprehend things by analogy, and everything was far from as simple as ordinary people imagined. Yi Shiwen, you're just a puny immortal level. What right do you have to compete with me? I'll kill you on the spot today. Ao Chaozong's expression was cold. Yi Shiwen's tyrannical strength had slightly shocked him. Even with his pride, he still felt a little shocked. One could imagine to what extent he was shocked by Yi Shiwen. Let's see how long you can burn your god artifact for. Yi Shiwen sneered and confronted him. Ao Chaozong was indeed a difficult opponent. He had entered the middle stage of immortal level. With his cultivation, he could even compete with the peak of immortal level. Although he hadn't used his full strength, Ao Chaozong was just a divine thought. The strength that he could unleash with the help of a god artifact certainly lived up to his reputation. However, no matter what, he had no way out. No matter how powerful the enemy was, it was not enough to make him give up. The only way was to fight to the death. It's more than enough to kill you. Ao Chaozong let out a long howl and opened his mouth, sucking in all the spirit qi in an instant and swallowing it all. His entire stomach swelled up, and the energy that he had expended was replenished in a single breath. It was a terrifying sight to behold. In his hand, the heavenly halberd erupted with a breathtaking aura that towered above the heavens. His body had integrated with the martial way of the heavenly halberd, and his aura had skyrocketed. Just the threatening aura alone was enough to make one shudder with fear. Yi Shiwen was not to be outdone. He operated the sword art, and the sword light of the sky, splitting sword burst out, rushing into the sky and cutting the world in half. Rumble! A loud rumble was heard, and a crack that was hundreds of miles long was formed. It rushed into the sky and attacked Ao Chaozong first, descending from the sky. You're not in your main body and you want to kill me? Don't you think you're thinking too much? Yi Shiwen's sword light was unstoppable. His sword light was integrated with a supreme sword will. At that moment, the sword will turned into endless sword Dao rules and wrapped around the longsword. It was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. This was the sword intention that had been left behind by that old man. After years of analysis, Yi Shiwen found that the profoundness of this sword intention was far beyond his imagination. He usually didn't have the time to study it, but in the last 200 years, his understanding of this sword intention had finally reached a whole new level. Based on his understanding of the sword will, this sword will was extremely profound. Even with his immortal level cultivation, he had only just achieved the first level of the sword will. Even so, according to his calculations with the mysterious space, it would take a total of 3 levels to truly master the sword will. Just the first level of the foundation required him to prove his immortality. As for the next 2 levels, even he did not dare to say what level he would have to reach. At least for now, it was not a level that he could speculate. In the past, he had only been able to unleash a fraction of the power of the sword will. It was like a drop in the ocean. If not for the mysterious space, with his cultivation at that time, he would not have been able to imitate the sword will even if he had seen it. At most, he would have been able to catch a glimpse of it. Although it was only a fraction of the power, it was still an extraordinary technique for Yi Shiwen in the past. Now that he had reached the first level of the sword will, the power that he could unleash had climbed to many levels. He personally named this realm as Nirvana. This level of sword will would leave nothing alive wherever it passed. It was the power of death, and it was completely under his control. Because he had the experience of breaking away from life and death. Jumping out of the 3 realms and the 5 elements, he was able to master it. Before he proved his immortality, he would not have dared to imagine it. Now that he had truly unleashed the Nirvana sword will, the halberd radiance of his opponent's heavenly halberd was instantly torn apart like a painting scroll. Ao Chaozong was also completely shocked. His heavenly halberd was a very impressive divine tool with an extraordinary origin. It was also famous in his hands. This was not a clone, but the real one. He had obtained it from the real one in the distant void. He did not expect Yi Shiwen to destroy it so cleanly. What kind of sword will is this? He felt a sense of nirvana, as if everything in the world had disappeared without a trace. This feeling sent goosebumps all over his body. Boom! The sword radiance ruthlessly slashed the body of the heavenly halberd. There was a violent tremor, and a cracking sound could be heard. Ao Chaozong's palm was instantly blasted into pieces, turning into light rain and dissipating. The heavenly halberd also burst into waves of mournful cries. Damn it! Ao Chaozong's body bloomed with bursts of five-colored radiance. Then, on his exploded palm, countless talismans swept and attached to it. In an instant, another palm was formed, and it grabbed the heavenly halberd. Then it exploded again, and the remaining power within it instantly erupted, giving him another heavy blow. Ao Chaozong condensed another palm, and barely managed to grab the heavenly halberd. But after consuming so much energy in one go, his body became somewhat illusory. He quickly opened his mouth and absorbed endless spiritual energy into his body to stabilize it. His body had almost been destroyed by Yi Shiwen's attack again. He looked at Yi Shiwen, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes for the first time. He was beginning to regard Yi Shiwen as a tough opponent. Even if it was just a clone, it still had the strength to pose a real threat to him. Everyone was truly shocked from the bottom of their hearts for the first time. Yi Shiwen's sword attack just now had made them feel as if the world was about to perish. It was as if the lifespan of the world had come to an end and all things had perished. They had fallen into death, and there was no longer any sense of vitality. They didn't know what Yi Shiwen had experienced to be able to comprehend such a terrifying sword will. It was common knowledge that everyone's martial Tao was different. Under the heavenly Tao, everyone had different experiences, and the martial Tao they comprehended was also different. Ordinary martial artists were still struggling with their moves, but these people were all masters of their generation. They had already risen to the level of conception, and even every movement they made was the embodiment of Tao. They naturally understood this truth very well, so they were even more baffled. Could it be that Yi Shiwen had personally witnessed the fall of a world? Otherwise, how could the meaning of the world's nirvana in his sword intention be so strong? It was impossible to think of it without experiencing it for real. But this kind of aura would usually only appear on the ancient gods. They had seen the birth and death of the world lightly, so they could have such an aura of vicissitudes. Yi Shiwen was at most a few hundred or 1,000 years old. So how could he have the opportunity to witness the birth and death of a world? However, they didn't know that Yi Shiwen had a mysterious space which had completely replicated that sword intention. As Yi Shiwen's cultivation became more and more profound, his comprehension of the sword intention also became more and more profound, although he had never personally experienced it, but it didn't make any difference. Chapter 2365. Old man, how strong do you think Yi Shiwen is now? Yi Wudi looked at Yi Shiwen and said with a meaningful look on his face. They hadn't seen each other for 200 years, but Yi Shiwen had improved so much that he was surprised. When he first met Yi Shiwen, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Yi Shiwen was just a small disciple of a remote sect in a remote world. At that time, Yi Shiwen couldn't even be regarded as a true disciple. Compared with his status, Yi Shiwen was simply not on the same level. If it was in the past, he might not even look at him. Although he was taught a lesson by Yi Shiwen in the end, and their feelings deepened, he did not think that Yi Shiwen would be able to cultivate to such a level one day. He wasn't the same as Hua Menghan. Hua Menghan was also a disciple of a remote sect in a remote world. However, She possessed the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix body, so it wouldn't matter if she wasn't discovered. However, her future prospects would be limitless once she was discovered. He knew very well what this body meant for the ancient phoenix world. Therefore, it was very normal for Hua Menghan to have any achievements. But Yi Shiwen was different. He was a true mortal and did not have any extraordinary background. He did not even have the support of a sect. He relied on his own efforts to reach where he was today. Even someone as arrogant as him had to bow his head and admit defeat. That was why he recognized Hua Menghan as his sister-in-law. If it was a few hundred years ago, this would have been unimaginable. With his current strength, even you are no match for him. He's different from you. You've inherited the Demon Emperor's legacy, so what you've learned can be said to be a system of its own. On the other hand, what he's learned is very complicated. In that short exchange just now, he already displayed many god-level martial arts, almost all of them top-notch martial arts. Even what you've learned isn't inferior to what you've learned. The old man behind him was naturally Elder Mu, who is now Yi Wudi's guardian. Yi Shiwen had guessed that Mu Lao's strength was just his own guess. If Mu Lao had not proven his Tao, how could he have survived from the ancient era of the heavenly court until now? The lifespan of the demon race was much longer than that of the average human, but it was not to this extent. Now it seemed that Yi Shiwen was still unfathomable. Only he knew how strong he really was. Relying on these tyrannical god-level martial arts, Yi Shiwen's strength can be said to be far beyond his realm. However, there is also a hidden worry. It may not be obvious now, but in the future he will definitely be troubled by these martial arts. Any one of these martial arts, when cultivated to the extreme, can be said to be the existence of the creation of a great way. Whether it is the overturning sky seal, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, or his sword intent, all can be said to be extraordinary. If any one of these martial arts is mastered well, it can be said to be invincible. But he has actually cultivated so many at the same time. But the strange thing is that, logically speaking, it is impossible for him to cultivate so many martial arts at the same time to reach such a realm in such a short period of time. These martial arts do not belong to the same system, nor can it be said that there is any connection between them. It is not like the martial arts system that you have cultivated. If you force yourself to cultivate, I am afraid that at this time he might not even be able to cultivate to the mysterious realm. This is a bit strange. Yi Wudi chuckled. He more or less knew about Yi Shiwen, but it was a secret that he had to strictly abide by. He did not even reveal the slightest bit of it to Mu Lao. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen might be killed. But it is not easy to judge his true strength. I am afraid that he is close to the eternal realm. If you do not hurry, he will definitely surpass you. Mu Lao looked at Yi Wudi and said. Yi Wudi became serious at this moment. Perhaps he really should choose that path, or he would really be left behind by Yi Shiwen. At the side, Feng Nanshan's complexion was also ugly. Yi Shiwen's Nirvana sword essence had also shocked him. That huge sword essence even made him feel danger. If Yi Shiwen's cultivation was a little higher, to a certain extent, then it was very likely that Yi Shiwen could seriously injure him or even kill him. Thinking of this, his expression became even uglier. His face was ashen, and his face was as gloomy as water. If not for the fact that everyone was present and that Mu Lao was watching from the side, he could not help but attack. Such a dangerous person was still growing at such a rapid pace. It was too dangerous. Everyone was also talking about it, each with their own plans. In their hearts, their assessment of Yi Shiwen's danger had increased by several levels. Yi Shiwen's expression was calm, and he did not waver at all. He did not even take advantage of the chaos to attack Ao Chaozong. At this moment, only he knew the situation best. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Ever since he had mastered the Nirvana sword intent, this was the first time he used it completely, so there were some things that he did not expect. That sword had almost drained all the spiritual essence in his body. At that moment, he was just putting up a strong front. If someone had attacked him, he would have been severely injured in an instant. Of course, with the tyrant golden body, even if it was only his physical body, he was not a pushover. After all, there was still a huge gap between him and the peak combat strength. Of course, in terms of the immortal level, he did not believe that anyone could withstand his sword attack unscathed. Even if Ao Chaozong himself was here, his arm would be destroyed. By then, it would not be as simple as an energy incarnation that could be reformed. At this time, he also took advantage of this opportunity to run the Phoenix regeneration technique. With the help of his divine shell, he had recovered most of his strength in a few breaths. In just a few breaths, had almost recovered. Ao Chaozong, do you still think that you can kill me? What a joke! Yi Shiwen sneered and pressed forward, directly towards Ao Chaozong. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Was Yi Shiwen really going to kill Ao Chaozong today? Even if it was just an avatar, it would be enough to shock the world. Ao Chaozong had been famous for many years, and Yi Shiwen was far from being comparable to Ao Chaozong. Ao Chaozong forcefully stabilized his physical body that was about to collapse. He frowned slightly. As expected, it was not Yi Shiwen himself, and the strength that he could exert was also far inferior. Otherwise, he would not have been forced to this point by Yi Shiwen. Even if they were on the same level, he was not afraid of Yi Shiwen. If my son's true body came, how could you be so arrogant? Ao Dongxing clamored, feeling very indignant. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, so what if my son's true body came? It's just that he has cultivated for thousands of years, more than me. If I were given thousands of years, it would be a piece of cake for me to kill him. What's the point of saying this now? I'll give you a way out. Leave now and I won't kill him. I'll save you some face. Everyone from the Dragon Island was mad. Their whole body was trembling, and smoke was coming out of their 7 orifices. They were the dignified Dragon Island that had existed for countless years. Since when did they need to save face for their opponent? This was a blatant contempt for the Dragon Island. However, it seemed that the illustrious prestige of the Dragon Island had never taken effect in the face of Yi Shiwen. He had never put the prestige of the Dragon Island in his eyes. However, due to various reasons, they had no way to deal with Yi Shiwen. This was simply too infuriating. Even if my true body didn't come, it would be more than enough for me to kill you. Boundless golden light suddenly erupted from under Ao Chaozong's feet. The brilliance was magnificent. Behind him, there was a faint sound of a hidden dragon. It was accompanied by boundless flashes of lightning, and it burst out in an instant. Everyone gasped. At this moment, they could see that Ao Chaozong didn't care about anything else. He was planning to kill Yi Shiwen once and for all. Even the spirit of the divine tool had been burnt. This divine tool wasn't just a question of whether it could be used after this battle. Instead, it would soon become unusable. Since the spirit of the tool had been burnt, it wouldn't last for long. There wasn't much time left. Ao Chaozong shortened the usage time of the divine tool in exchange for a temporary boost in strength. At this moment, he was like an ancient emperor who had descended. Boundless visions formed around his body and swept towards Yi Shiwen. The vigorous airwaves were like an entire galaxy that was flowing in reverse. They surged unceasingly, and endless brilliance blotted out the sky. Even if you burn the spirit of the tool, you're still no match for me. Yi Shiwen said calmly, but his face was a little more solemn. In the void, he opened his mouth and inhaled the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. At the front, Ao Chaozong's strength had skyrocketed, and he was able to make full use of the advantage of his cultivation realm. Boundless brilliance erupted, drowning out the heavens and earth. He looked at Yi Shiwen with a sense of superiority in his eyes, as if everything about Yi Shiwen was insignificant. It was impossible for Yi Shiwen to threaten him. As I burn more spirit of the tool, the gap between us will only widen. You're no match for me. Ao Chaozong sneered and attacked immediately. The heavenly dragon seal was formed, and it crushed over in all directions. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and a terrifying shockwave swept out. The earth shook and the mountains shook. It was like a heavenly dragon had turned into a heavenly dragon. Compared to the heavenly dragon seal from before, it was much stronger. Not to be outdone, Yi Shiwen blasted the overturning sky seal. The heavens and earth were overturned, and the sound of wind and thunder lingered in the ears. In the sky, the overturning sky seal and the heavenly dragon seal fought fiercely. Just like before, the vacuum was shattered and both sides gave their all. Yi Shiwen was feeling a little strenuous as he gritted his teeth. On the other hand, Ao Chaozong's expression did not change at all. He was able to unleash all sorts of terrifying powers. After all, this was just an energy incarnation of his. There was no need for him to cherish it at all. In fact, he did not even care about that divine tool. Chapter 2366. He was a rich tycoon, and his fighting style was completely the style of a tycoon. Although the energy incarnation had its flaws, it also had its advantages. It didn't have to worry about injuries, and it only needed to go all out. Time was already running out, so he had even less time to think about it. He casually raised his hand, and all kinds of visions appeared. With the heavenly halberd in his hand, he really looked like a god of war. Yi Shiwen, you forced my son to this point. You're quite capable. Even if you don't come in person, there are only a few people who can do this. But it's useless. My son is completely serious now, and you can't stop him. Ao Dongxing shouted. He had already acknowledged Yi Shiwen's combat power, but he still felt that Ao Chaozong was definitely above Yi Shiwen. At this moment, even many Dao confirming experts had an ugly look on their faces. Even if they were also Dao confirming experts, they also felt that Yi Shiwen was unrivaled, and there was also a sense of sorrow emerging from the bottom of their hearts. Compared to such a person, they were indeed a kind of sorrow. The heavenly halberd in his hand moved and instantly burst out with boundless divine light. The dazzling light made people unable to open their eyes. Ao Chaozong's words were just as Ao Chaozong had said. Every increase in his strength would result in an increase of 10% or even 20% in his battle prowess. This was because his realm was far ahead of the others. Therefore, the increase in his battle prowess would be even more exaggerated than Yi Shiwen's. Ao Chaozong's cultivation realm was far ahead of the others. Although it was only burning the tool spirit, the actual increase in strength was far more than that. Yi Shiwen originally had the upper hand, but now he was actually at a disadvantage. Under the attack of the heavenly halberd, he was actually at a disadvantage. Under the divine power of the heavenly halberd, the sky was shattering inch by inch. The world was tumbling, and all kinds of brilliance exploded, turning into a land of destruction. Nothing could be seen. Clang! There was another fierce collision, and a terrifying force directly acted on Yi Shiwen's body. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Shiwen kept retreating, and every step he took caused the void to collapse, revealing chaos. One could imagine how powerful the force he was withstanding was. The ancient halberd continued to press downwards. The heavenly phenomenon transformed into a long dragon, like the reincarnation of the ancestral dragon, swooping down ruthlessly. Boom! There was another astonishing collision, and Yi Shiwen was barely able to block this blow. That's all you've got. You should be proud of yourself for being able to block me for so long with your aptitude. However, it ends here. I want to see how many more of my attacks you can withstand. Ao Chaozong said proudly. He had a whole new level of respect for Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't strong enough to threaten his main body. Humph, is that all you've got? Even after burning the artifact spirit, this is all you've got. How disappointing. Yi Shiwen sneered and slowly stood up. It seemed that the previous attack didn't have any effect on him. Everyone was startled. Could it be that Yi Shiwen hadn't used his full strength? It was impossible. They had clearly seen that Yi Shiwen had used his full strength. It didn't seem like he was pretending. So what was going on? Many people found it strange. "You're still so stubborn. Watch me beat you up." Ao Chaozong didn't believe it at all. He only believed in his own judgment. Yi Shiwen had already reached his limit. For an immortal level middle stage, his performance was too amazing. It was enough for him to reach this point. At this moment, an even more astonishing scene took place. The ancient halberd that could have pierced through the star world was completely blocked by Yi Shiwen. It didn't seem like it was forced at all. How is this possible? Ao Chaozong was finally shocked, and his expression changed slightly. What's so impossible about it? You're still far from it. Suddenly, a formidable, imposing aura erupted from Yi Shiwen's body. Behind him, a figure holding a long sword suddenly rushed into his body and forcibly increased his aura by several levels. At the same time, a bare-handed figure rushed into Yi Shiwen's body. Boom! The aura on his body rose steadily and suddenly surpassed Ao Chaozong, who was burning the artifact spirit. It was terrifying. Everyone knew what his hidden trump card was. He had actually hidden his martial arts incarnation. However, in the beginning, everyone thought that Yi Shiwen's aura that surpassed immortal level middle stage was the result of merging with another martial arts clone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to challenge people of a higher level, especially those who had cultivated to Tao validation level. None of them were easy to deal with. How could they be so easily defeated by someone of a higher level? Now, they realized that they were wrong, and they were ridiculously wrong. Yi Shiwen's ability was obviously much more powerful than everyone thought. He was already so powerful without merging with a martial arts clone. If he had merged with a martial arts clone, it was hard to imagine how powerful he would be. You're only SOSO, even after burning all your strength. You're not even here in person, and you dare to be so arrogant with a clone? Yi Shiwen looked at him. Today, your plan is destined to fail. Yi Shiwen let out a loud shout, and his entire body was pushed to the limit. He took a step forward, and the long sword in his hand had already pierced through the vast sky, appearing in front of Ao Chaozong in an instant. That terrifying sword aura made Ao Chaozong feel as if the sharp sword light could cut his head off at any time. Clang! He raised the heavenly halberd in front of him and blocked Yi Shiwen's attack. A violent power erupted on his body. The heavenly halberd was able to withstand it, but his body couldn't. Almost in an instant, his entire arm exploded and turned into a rain of light that filled the sky. Even without using the Nirvana sword intent, he was able to overwhelm Ao Chaozong with his overwhelming ability alone. First of all, Yi Shiwen's ability had surpassed advanced stage immortal level and had even reached peak stage immortal level. Although he was not the strongest, he was not considered weak either. He had completely suppressed Ao Chaozong's momentum. Compared to Yi Shiwen, Ao Chaozong was still much weaker. Even if it was just a clone, it was already shocking enough. Swoosh! Ao Chaozong retreated, not daring to move forward at all. As expected, in less than a breath's time after he retreated, the place where he was standing was crushed by a sword aura that fell from the sky. He was shocked and furious at the same time. As the genius of Dragon Island, when had he been forced to such a state? What made him even more depressed was that he didn't even have the chance to resist. Yi Shiwen's sword had blown up his entire arm. Even though he was using a divine tool as his main body, he couldn't withstand such a terrifying and monstrous tearing force. He did not even dare to continue to exchange blows with Yi Shiwen. He hurriedly activated his attack, and the talismans on his body condensed to his shoulder, quickly regenerating an arm. However, the silhouette became a little dimmer. Such continuous regeneration of limbs was very damaging to one's vitality, and he would not dare to use it under normal circumstances. Yi Shiwen, go to hell! He roared angrily, and his eyes pierced through the sky and earth. At this moment, just as Yi Shiwen's silhouette appeared, the heavenly halberd shot out like a long dragon and pierced through Yi Shiwen's silhouette. However, the scene of blood splattering everywhere did not appear as expected. On the contrary, it passed through a stretch of golden light. At this moment, everyone only heard a thunderous sound, and they saw Yi Shiwen's silhouette appearing behind Ao Chaozong. The sky-splitting sword in his hand was raised high, and the sword Aura traversed the sky and directly slashed down. Bang! A loud explosion sounded, and the sword Aura directly slashed Ao Chaozong's body, creating a huge gash on his body. Almost half of his body was cut off. If this was his real body, it was not impossible for him to be killed on the spot. Although it was only an energy clone, he was still severely injured in the blink of an eye. All of this may have taken a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. At this moment, everyone finally managed to react and realized that Yi Shiwen had severely injured Ao Chaozong in that instant. So fast! A Dao-confirming expert could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and exclaimed. He was also a Dao-confirming expert, but he could not see any traces of Yi Shiwen traveling through space. In that case, he could only rely on his own speed to take him down. This speed was even faster than traveling through space, and that was the most terrifying thing about it. No wonder that Dragon Clan expert was blasted away in a single exchange. The difference in speed was too great, and they were not on the same level at all. Not to mention the power. To be able to blast Ao Chaozong away several times, it was not necessary to consider how much power was involved. Ordinary Dao-confirming experts might not even be able to survive a single exchange with Yi Shiwen's true speed. What kind of movement technique is that? How can it be so fast? I've never seen such a powerful movement technique before. Someone exclaimed aloud, and the gods opened their magic eyes one after another. Even so, they could not keep up with Yi Shiwen's speed. Zonger! Ao Dongxing exclaimed, completely forgetting that this was actually just an energy incarnation. But at this time, Ao Chaozong did not have the time to respond at all. Yi Shiwen did not give him the chance at all, and a sword light formed in the sky, growing bigger and bigger. In an instant, it became thousands of feet long, and ruthlessly nailed Ao Chaozong, who had fallen to the ground. Boom! The entire ground quaked as countless of formations disintegrated into dust. There was no way they could defend against the attack of the sword. However, at that critical moment, Ao Chaozong did a lazy roll and dodged it, barely managing to avoid this horrifying strike. But Yi Shiwen did not give him any time to react at all, and the sword light swept out. The moment Ao Chaozong had just evaded that sword, Yi Shiwen had already attacked again and killed him on the spot, turning him into a rain of light that filled the sky. Chapter 2367. Yi Shiwen had created havoc in the ancient Phoenix realm and messed up Hua Minghan's matchmaking for the second time. This incident had alarmed all the major forces overnight. The reason why all the major forces were alarmed so quickly had a lot to do with the fact that all the major forces had been paying attention to this matter. The marriage between the ancient Phoenix realm and the Dragon Island was a big deal. It was impossible for all the major forces to remain indifferent. The marriage was just a small matter. Even if there was a legend about the strongest bloodline, it would happen many years later. However, the alliance between the Dragon Island and the ancient Phoenix realm was something that they could not ignore. This news quickly spread to the top management of all the major forces. The first time Yi Shiwen ruined the plan of some people in the ancient Phoenix realm, his cultivation was only at the king rank. In the eyes of some powerful experts, he could be easily killed on the spot. He was not worth their attention at all. He was just a lucky kid. Moreover, it was an internal matter of the ancient Phoenix realm. Many big shots were not interested in it at all. They only remembered the heavenly phoenix physique. However, it was different this time. It was a big matter involving the alliance between the Dragon Island and the ancient Phoenix realm. It was impossible for them not to pay attention to it. Moreover, it was also related to Ao Chaozong. Although Yi Shiwen was not as famous as Ao Chaozong, he had entered the eyes of the top management of the major forces. A god-level expert was enough to be valued everywhere. Moreover, he was so young. His future achievements were limitless. If he did not die prematurely, he might sit side by side with them in the future. This made Yi Shiwen's weight even more substantial. As the top management of the major forces knew about this, Yi Shiwen's matter had also spread to the middle and lower levels of the major forces overnight. Compared to the top management, they were more concerned about the matter between Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan. Hua Menghan was pushed to matchmake for the second time. It could not be said that it was not surprising. More importantly, Yi Shiwen had messed up the wishful thinking of the ancient Phoenix realm for the second time. The first time, he had the protection of the Phoenix King. Although some big shots of the ancient Phoenix realm were extremely angry, they could not do anything. Moreover, the matchmaking was proposed by them. Yi Shiwen had relied on his tyrannical strength to escape and scathe the second time. He was a powerhouse at the peak of the immortal realm. So, the price to pay to keep him here wouldn't be small. Moreover, there were different opinions in the ancient Phoenix world. Therefore, Yi Shiwen had left the ancient Phoenix world unscathed. However, Yi Shiwen hadn't succeeded even so. He had messed up the marriage between the ancient Phoenix world and the Dragon Island. He had made the Dragon Island lose face, and had no choice but to dejectedly leave. However, he hadn't been able to realize his original plan of taking Hua Menghan away from the ancient Phoenix world. Feng Nantian was very determined. He didn't give up on the idea of roping in allies. It was true that the Dragon Island was the most suitable candidate. However, it wasn't impossible for other people to do so. Therefore, even Yi Shiwen couldn't take him away from the hands of the ancient Phoenix world's experts. He could only watch helplessly as the grand joust for a spouse was held 100 years later. Generally speaking, neither Yi Shiwen nor the ancient Phoenix world had fully realized their plans. But they hadn't completely failed either. They could only wait for 100 years to see the results. In many people's opinion, the experiences of these two people were enough to be written into a book. It was indeed a little too legendary. This battle had made Yi Shiwen famous. He had merely destroyed Ao Chaozong's clone. However, it was enough for him to make a name for himself among the higher-ups of the major forces overnight. Ao Chaozong was different from Yi Shiwen, who had just proven his Tao not too long ago. He had proven his Tao for thousands of years. He could be considered as a well-known figure in the world. Especially, he had been fighting in the God Burial Star Ocean for many years. His strength was unfathomable and unimaginable. Therefore, it was enough to shock people even if it was only his clone that had been defeated. Moreover, the higher-ups of the major forces had already known about the battle that day. Yi Shiwen's strength had also made them start to pay attention to him. They had listed him as a candidate that was worth paying attention to. Yi Shiwen bade farewell to Yi Wudi after leaving the ancient Phoenix world. Then he rushed to the hidden valley without stopping. This battle had ended with his victory. However, it had given him a strong sense of crisis. Ao Chaozong's clone was already so tyrannical. The current Yi Shiwen might not be able to compare with his real body. Although he had won a battle, it didn't mean that he was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. On the contrary, he knew very well that he was just a greenhorn on the road to proving his Tao. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't be willing to fight to the death with the ancient Phoenix world. He was also very clear that many people were looking forward to him stepping forward to disrupt the marriage between the ancient Phoenix world and the Dragon Island. In this regard, all the major forces were happy to see it happen. Therefore, they had tacitly agreed to it. In fact, they had even secretly pushed for it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to retreat so smoothly. It wouldn't be so easy to rely on Yi Wudi and the ancient heavenly court. However, he still felt a sense of urgency. The current plan of the ancient Phoenix world hadn't changed. In the marriage contest 100 years later, he must be strong enough to defeat all his opponents. Only then would he be able to strangle all unstable factors in the cradle. Ao Chaozong alone was an insurmountable chasm. Not to mention, the one who would appear would not be as simple as Ao Chaozong. To deities, lifespan was meaningless. By then, other than those ancient monsters who had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, many deities who had cultivated for thousands or even tens of thousands of years would come. Even if their talents were not as great as Ao Chaozong's, after such a long period of time, their cultivation would reach an unimaginable level. The major forces who were still Yi Shiwen's assistants this time would also become his assistants. They couldn't just watch the Dragon Island and the Ancient Phoenix world form an alliance. However, it didn't mean that they didn't have the intention to form an alliance with the Ancient Phoenix world. In this chaotic society, it was rare to see such an opportunity with such superior conditions. Moreover, the Ancient Phoenix world was a colossus with a profound foundation and a long history. So, they would certainly give up a lot of benefits. They wouldn't even have this opportunity if it weren't for this accident. At that time, all the major forces would also send their experts to compete for the final championship. He couldn't help but have an unusual headache after thinking about these matters. However, it was impossible for him to give up. He only had one choice, and that was to increase his strength to the point where he could suppress everything within these 100 years. The complacent thoughts that he had after confirming his Tao had been thrown out of his mind in an instant. Confirming his Tao was only the first step to enter the ranks of the true experts in this world. He still didn't possess an incomparably powerful strength to protect his own interests. At this moment, he truly understood that freedom didn't mean that he could do whatever he wanted. Instead, it meant that he didn't dare to do whatever he wanted. Such freedom required him to use his tyrannical strength to protect it. He could only rely on the Hidden Valley to increase his strength to the strongest level in the shortest time possible. If he were to rely on himself, he didn't know when he would be able to rival Ao Chaozong. After returning to the Hidden Valley quickly, Yi Shiwen paid his respects to the Flame Lord. "I've heard about your matter," said the Flame Lord in a deep voice. It was such a big matter. Anyone who paid a little attention would definitely know about it. Moreover, it was in existence at his level. "You've progressed faster than I thought. Although I've never encountered a situation where you are half a step to Tao validation, it's not a problem that can be easily solved. You've solved this problem in a mere 200 years, and you've even improved further. Not bad." The Flame Lord looked at Yi Shiwen and nodded in satisfaction. A rare smile appeared on his face. "Thank you for your compliment, my lord," said Yi Shiwen as he cupped his hands. "I've heard about what happened between you and the Celestial Phoenix Maiden. However, if you want to stand out in the marriage contest 100 years from now and suppress all your opponents, your current strength isn't enough. Although you've defeated Ao Chaozong, his main body strength is 100 times stronger than his doppelganger. If you run into his main body, you'll die for sure. Not to mention that there might be even more geniuses heading there by then. You'll be under a lot of pressure," said the Flame Lord with a sigh. "Actually, you don't have to be so stubborn. Although it's rare to find a partner, you still have a long future ahead of you. There's really no need to give up everything for this. Your Honor, Meng Han and I are in love with each other. She is my woman. If I can't even protect my own woman, then what kind of man am I? Even if I die, I will not give up," Yi Shiwen said in a resolute and decisive manner. His facial expression was incomparably firm. "Sigh, how many people have died because of love?" said the Flame Lord with a look of realization. It seemed as if it had recalled something. In the past, it was like Yi Shiwen in front of it. It was indomitable and wouldn't be swayed by anything. "All right then. This time, the Ancient Phoenix realm has indeed gone overboard. Feng Nantian didn't respect the Hidden Valley at all. I don't believe that he doesn't know that you're a disciple of the Hidden Valley. However, he still did it. Let him know what's good for him. In the next 100 years, the Hidden Valley will support you with all our strength. If you can win the final championship, it's not impossible for the Hidden Valley to form an alliance with the Ancient Phoenix realm." Yi Shiwen was a little stunned. He didn't expect the Flame Lord to have such thoughts. What's so strange about this? Feng Nantian of the ancient Phoenix realm can't cover the sky by himself. Feng Nantian won't be able to obstruct you as long as you can win the final championship. The Flame Lord couldn't help but laugh when it saw Yi Shiwen's strange expression. The ancient Phoenix realm's strength is unprecedented. However, they still have many years of accumulation. Our Hidden Valley can't compare with the ancient Phoenix realm in terms of accumulation. However, our Hidden Valley strength will rise to another level if we form an alliance with the ancient Phoenix realm. Therefore, you don't have to worry. Our Hidden Valley will also support you with all our strength. Give him a tight slap in the face. Chapter 2368. Yi Shiwen finally understood. The Lord of Flames was furious at Feng Nantian for deliberately ignoring the Hidden Valley behind Yi Shiwen. Despite knowing that Yi Shiwen was a disciple of the Hidden Valley, the Lord of Flames still insisted on marrying Dragon Island. If this were to happen, not only would Yi Shiwen be embarrassed, but he would also hate Feng Nantian for stealing his wife. The Hidden Valley's expression was not good either. While the Hidden Valley's strength was indeed inferior to Dragon Island's, it was not to the extent that they could be ignored like this. The dignity of a regal sect was not to be challenged. However, they could not possibly cause trouble for Feng Nantian over this matter. Therefore, by supporting Yi Shiwen, they were slapping him in the face. At the same time, they were also trying to see if they could ally with the ancient Phoenix realm to further increase the strength of the Hidden Valley. Others had to create opportunities when they did not have them, but the Hidden Valley had Yi Shiwen, the son-in-law of the ancient Phoenix realm, so it was naturally easier than others. Yi Shiwen thought about many things in an instant. As expected, when one reached a certain level, any action would have a deeper meaning and would not be that simple. It was far from being as simple as gathering benefits. However, to him, this was great news. With the support of the Hidden Valley, he had a considerable chance of improving his cultivation within 100 years. However, even with our support, it will still be very difficult for you to improve within 100 years and reach a level comparable to Ao Chaozong. The Lord of Flames said, I have not left the mountain for all these years, but I still know a little about Ao Chaozong. He is in the limelight, and it is said that his cultivation is close to my level. The current you, I am afraid, will not be able to survive a single exchange. Yi Shiwen looked at the Lord of Flames in shock. While he did not know what level the Lord of Flames was at, he more or less knew that it was at least a Sage Realm expert. Ao Chaozong's confinement street was actually close to the Sage Realm, so he must be a great expert among the Eternal Realm. Even though he had already prepared himself, he still could not help but gasp when he found out. Ordinary gods usually took thousands of years to advance in their cultivation. Based on normal speed, it would already be impressive if he could catch up to Ao Chaozong in 10,000 years, let alone a mere 100 years. This was a mission that was practically impossible to accomplish. He's also said to be the person with the highest chance of advancing to the Sage Realm in recent years. We've also been gathering information about him. No matter what, it'll be very difficult for you to compare to him in the short term, so you can only use some unconventional methods. The Lord of Flames said, Once you're done with your arrangements, head to the God Burial Starry Ocean immediately. Only there will you be able to improve your cultivation by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Ao Chaozong only managed to reach his current cultivation level because of the battles in the God Burial Starry Ocean. You'll even have to take on the most dangerous missions. Only then will you have a slim chance of surviving. Only then will you be able to match his strength in 100 years. I'm ready. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, Honorable One, please show me the right path. The Master of Flames nodded and said, Do you know why so many gods are willing to give up their cultivation and head to the extremely dangerous God Burial Star Ocean? You don't know? Yi Shiwen shook his head, puzzled. Although there were many opportunities in the God Burial Star Ocean, he had no idea what they were exactly. The fundamental reason is because of the Godhead shards. God knows how many gods have fallen in the God Burial Star Ocean. Although there are all kinds of treasures and artifacts, the most important thing is the Godhead shards. The Master of Flames said. It was no wonder that people said that as long as one could survive in the God Burial Star Ocean, it would be normal for one's cultivation level to improve greatly. It turned out that one could obtain the Godhead shards. The first level to prove one's way was the immortal level. The immortal level was to jump out of the 3 realms and out of the 5 elements, truly breaking away from life and death. Above the immortal level was the indestructible level. Gods at the indestructible level could be reborn even if they were only left with a single cell. It was extremely difficult to kill them, which was why they were called the indestructible level. The core of an indestructible level expert was the Godhead that they condensed. They condensed their understanding of the martial Tao, condensed it into a system, and formed the Godhead within their bodies. The Godhead was also the core essence of a god's cultivation. As long as the Godhead was still there, even if one's physical body was completely destroyed, they could be reborn after paying a considerable price. To other gods, the Godhead was also a very rare god item. It contained all the understanding of the martial Tao that a god had cultivated. After obtaining the Godhead, it was equivalent to obtaining a god's experience of countless years of hard work. The benefits were self-evident, and it was very easy for one to improve greatly in a short period of time. However, gods themselves were immortal. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Godhead of a fallen god to be released unless they encountered a great calamity. Occasionally, 1 or 2 fragments would cause countless gods to fight over them. However, it was different in the God Burial Star Ocean. In the 2 heaven-defying wars, both sides had suffered countless casualties. Tens of thousands of gods had died there. In addition to the countless gods who had died while exploring the God Burial Star Ocean, no one knew how many Godhead fragments there were in the God Burial Star Ocean. All they knew was that many people who had obtained 1 or 2 Godhead fragments had made great progress in their stagnant cultivation in a short period of time. If you want to catch up to Ao Chaozong in a short period of time, the only way is to devour a large number of Godhead fragments of other gods. As the saying goes, stones from other mountains can be used to improve jade. This is what it means. Although there are certain hidden dangers, your foundation is very solid. I have not seen many people who can be compared to you in my life, so you don't have to worry about it for the time being. You can spend a little more time to fuse with them. However, the person who will be cultivating is you. I have no way to judge how much danger there will be. You will have to make the decision yourself. The Lord of Flames looked at Yi Shiwen and said solemnly, "To be honest, you are indeed very talented. Also, our lineage wants to nurture you. According to the normal process, you can reach my realm in 10,000 years at most and become the ruler of a holy nation. There's no need to take such a big risk. Your Excellency, you don't need to say much. I have already decided. Nothing ventured, nothing gained." Yi Shiwen said resolutely. Of course, it was better not to take risks. If he had not been forced by this matter, he would have chosen a more stable method. When one cultivated to the stage of Tao validation, one's lifespan had become meaningless. One only needed to spend time to reach the realm. There was no need to take risks. All right, since this is your choice, we will also lend you a hand. When the time comes, you will go to the hidden city in the God Burial Star Ocean. That is the base camp of our hidden valley in the God Burial Star Ocean. You can stay there. This is the Godhead of an expert in the late stage of the eternal realm that I have killed in the past. He was also an expert sword cultivator. It will be of great benefit to your cultivation. If you can completely comprehend it, it will be enough to help you break through to the eternal realm, said the Lord of Flames. With a wave of his hand, a square-shaped energy body appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. It was emitting a colorful stream of light. The entire surface of this energy body was formed by the interweaving of the laws of Tao and truth. It was emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. This was a law that belonged to an expert in the eternal realm. It was far beyond Yi Shiwen's current level. Under normal circumstances, it would not take many years to comprehend it to this stage. However, he had the help of the mysterious space and this Godhead. He was confident that he could break through to the eternal realm in a short period of time. He would truly have the strength to fight against an expert in the eternal realm, and the gap between his cultivation and Ao Chaozong's would be further shortened. Perhaps it was because of the huge difference in strength. The Lord of Flames should not have spent much effort to kill this sword cultivator. Therefore, the Godhead was preserved quite well. At least 90% of it was left, which could save Yi Shiwen countless years of effort. Thank you, Your Excellency. Yi Shiwen's face revealed an extremely grateful expression. Ever since he entered the Hidden Valley, the Lord of Flames had indeed given him a lot of support. Be it the sky-splitting sword previously or the Godhead now, it could be said that he had given him the strongest support when he needed it the most. However, just having divine deity is not enough. If you want to comprehend divine deity, you will need a lot of divine origin. I can give you these, but I won't give them to you. Otherwise, you will lose the meaning of training, said the Lord of Flames. In his opinion, although it was important for Yi Shiwen to win 100 years later, his value was far more than that. The training now could become his foundation in the future. There are all kinds of missions in the Hidden City. When you complete them, you will also receive Divine Source. You must understand that you will only be able to grow quickly in an environment where there is a slim chance of survival, said the Lord of Flames. Understood. Yi Shiwen was a little depressed. In the past, he was indeed rich compared to those demigods before he had proven his Tao. However, now that he had proven his Tao, his assets could only be considered pitiful when compared to those old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, he had used up all his assets in the past 200 years. Now he was indeed a pauper. Whether he wanted to comprehend the Godhead himself or use the mysterious space to do so, he would need a lot of Divine Source. Divine Source was the origin of the gods. Even among the gods, Divine Source was a very precious hard currency. In order to earn enough Divine Source to comprehend the Godhead, he could only choose to become a mission maniac again. Wait a moment. I will open the teleportation portal to the God Burial Star Ocean for you. You can teleport there directly, said the Lord of Flames. He pinched a strange and mysterious seal with both his hands. Countless divine power surged out. In front of him, an incomparably huge teleportation portal appeared horizontally in front of Yi Shiwen. Chapter 2369. When Yi Shiwen passed through the transmission array, he felt that the surrounding space law was active. Space law was a law that only deities could come into contact with. However, Yi Shiwen clearly felt that when he used the transmission array and tore through the void, the space law that he used was not on the same level as the Flame Lords. Although he didn't specialize in spatial laws, it was obvious from his title that the Lord of Flames didn't specialize in spatial laws either. The gap between him and the Flame Lord was clear at a glance. They were both experts at the Tao validation level, but the gap between them was like heaven and earth. However, before he could feel it carefully, he had already been transported to the God Burial Star Ocean. He had just been transported to the God Burial Star Ocean when he immediately felt a violent power raging around him. He felt like his body was about to be crushed. Yi Shiwen quickly opened the Eye of Redemption and immediately discovered that the entire universe was in chaos. Various laws were broken in midair. It was a complete mess, and many of them were even tangled together. The broken space had even caused many universes to be in a mess. Even with the eyesight of his Eye of Redemption, he still couldn't see through the entire universe. He could only see the situation within a radius of 1,000 miles. This was simply an impossible miracle for him, who had already reached the Tao validation level. The degree of chaos in the God Burial Star Ocean was far beyond his imagination. Even deities would feel suppressed here. If a demigod came here, he wouldn't even be able to exert half of his strength. In fact, he might even be torn apart by the laws if he wasn't careful. No wonder this was the god burial star ocean. Even deities would be buried here, let alone demigods. Even their corpses wouldn't be left after being turned into ashes. There was an incomparably huge city floating in the void far away. It was emitting a faint light in the void, like a bright flame in the dark night. It was very dazzling. Yi Shiwen knew that this should be the hidden city. Immediately, the light wings on his back spread out. His entire body instantly turned into a stream of light and flew out. Soon he arrived at the hidden city. When he arrived within 100,000 miles of the hidden city, he clearly felt that the nomological laws had returned to normal and had been smoothed out. This was what surprised him the most. Not only was he surprised by the formidable strength of the hidden city, but he was also surprised that the god burial star ocean was even more dangerous than the legend said. Even with the strength of the hidden valley, they could only establish a peaceful environment within a radius of 100,000 kilometers of the hidden city. They didn't have the ability to go any further. There were countless streams of light going in and out of the hidden city. All of them were experts of all kinds. Those who could enter and exit this place were at least demigods. Those who were lower than demigods did not dare to go near this place. They would be torn into pieces by the chaotic laws here. Yi Shiwen also flew in. He didn't need to pay any fees since he was a disciple of the Hidden Valley. He could directly enter the hidden city. The hidden city was like an ordinary city. However, it was much larger than an ordinary city. Experts of demigod and above lived in it. Since it was the headquarters of the Hidden Valley, even the gods could see it. One had to be careful when practicing in other places. If one wasn't careful, one might suffer the backlash of the broken nomological laws on the spot. The demigods would self-destruct on the spot, and the gods would also suffer serious injuries. Yi Shiwen restrained his aura and walked in the hidden city. He went all the way to a large hall in the inner city of the hidden city. There were many kinds of missions issued by the hidden city here. The rewards of these missions were often very generous. Because they were difficult to complete, they had to be entrusted to others to complete. As a disciple of the Hidden Valley, Yi Shiwen naturally arrived at this large hall very easily. Although this was the inner city of the hidden city, it didn't prohibit experts from outside the Hidden Valley from accepting missions or entrusting missions. However, relatively speaking, people from outside the Hidden Valley naturally had to take a large amount of commission as a reward if they wanted to accept missions or entrust missions. There was a faint, powerful aura patrolling in the sky. It wasn't hidden at all. It seemed to be to deter those who had ill intentions. However, to Yi Shiwen, it was naturally the best protection. He directly entered the area that belonged to the gods in the large hall. The demigod missions were not difficult or interesting to him. He now needed to complete a large number of missions to earn a large number of god source, so that he could completely understand the indestructible level experts God had in the shortest time possible. This was also the most valuable part of his body. Compared to the bustling and crowded demigod area, there were much fewer people here. Only a few gods would occasionally come in and out. Yi Shiwen took a look. The missions in the gods area were divided into levels 1 to 9. Level 1 to level 3 corresponded to immortal levels. Level 4 to 6 corresponded to indestructible levels, and level 7 to 9 corresponded to powerful experts on sage level. With Yi Shiwen's current ability, he could naturally take on level 1 to level 3 missions. He only briefly looked at level 4 to level 6 missions. As for level 7 to 9 missions, he simply glanced at them and didn't care about them at all. This was because if it involved a sage-level expert, he could almost be killed in an instant. It was something that he couldn't participate in. He focused on level 1 to level 3 missions. Although they were suitable for immortal-level experts to take on, in reality, each level was different. Level 1 missions only required dozens of god source or hundreds of god source. Level 2 missions usually required hundreds of god source or at most hundreds of god source. When it came to level 3 missions, It naturally required at least thousands of God Source. It was almost a step up. Of course, the difficulty of the missions also increased exponentially. Yi Shiwen directly ignored the missions that required him to find something. Unless he was very familiar with this area, otherwise it would be much faster to accumulate God Source than to take on such a mission. Of course, there were also missions to collect Godheads. However, although these missions were rich in rewards, ordinary people would not hand over the Godheads, even if they had the opportunity to obtain them. Although these types of missions were rich in rewards, they were only classified as level 1 missions. No matter how they were obtained, as long as they were willing to sell them, they would naturally be able to obtain a lot of God Source. The Godhead that Yi Shiwen had of an advanced stage, indestructible level expert was naturally very valuable, but he would definitely not sell it. Therefore, although there were many missions, there were not many choices for him. A mission caught his eye. Clear 10,000 evil spirits within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The reward is 100 God Source. Long-term effective. He knew that this kind of evil spirit was the most common in the God Burial Star Ocean. After those demigod experts died, their unwillingness and resentment would divide into countless evil spirits. These were the condensation of the negative thoughts of the demigods. They weren't at the level of divine sins. However, compared to divine sins, the number of these evil spirits was much higher. It was impossible to kill them all. It was impossible to get rid of them. They would be reborn every moment. There was no way to kill them all. Yi Shiwen asked the staff member in front of him. He was also a demigod. This mission is effective for a long time. Does that mean that if I can clear 10,000 evil spirits, I can obtain 10 times the reward? Yi Shiwen asked calmly. Yes, sir. The demigod lowered his head and said, Demigods were high and mighty in front of outsiders, but in front of a true God, they were not worth mentioning at all. Whether it was strength or status, there was a world of difference. Even if Yi Shiwen really killed him, no one would complain for him. Naturally, he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Yi Shiwen. Although Yi Shiwen didn't reveal much of his aura, the fact that he came to the divine quadrant was enough to prove everything. Moreover, even if he wasn't a god, he was more difficult to deal with than those peerless geniuses who had proven their Tao. He had a stronger background. I'll accept this mission, but how do you know how many I've killed? Yi Shiwen asked. This is very simple. When the time comes, you just need to bring a special instrument that we specially made. This instrument will record how many you've killed. When the time comes, you can bring this instrument to submit the mission. You can also use this instrument to know how many evil spirits you've killed. The demigod said respectfully. As he spoke, he handed over the instrument. The grade of this instrument wasn't very high. It seemed like it was really used to record the number of evil spirits killed. He looked at the other missions. How many missions can I accept at the same time? Yi Shiwen asked. Sir, apart from the regular missions like killing evil spirits, you can only accept one mission because only one person can complete this mission. The demigod said, After you accept this mission, the others can't accept it anymore. For the sake of the mission, you can only accept one mission each. Initially, Yi Shiwen planned to accept all the missions and complete them one by one. However, it seemed impossible now, so he could only choose one and complete it slowly. He was now in the middle of a mortal level. If he wanted to successfully push his cultivation level to the peak of the middle of a mortal level, he would need at least more than 100 years of cultivation. If he were to rely on the Godhead, he would need a large number of tens of thousands of divine source. With his current strength, it was not difficult for him to accept level 3 missions. He needed tens of thousands of divine source, and he couldn't rely on level 2 and level 1 missions to accumulate it bit by bit. Therefore, there weren't many options for him. Soon he chose a mission. Kill an Azura expert from the Rakshasa Alliance. This person has killed many experts from the Hidden Valley. He has committed a heinous crime. Kill him, and you'll be rewarded with 3,000 divine source. Chapter 2370. I'll take this mission. Yi Shiwen accepted the mission. According to the information collected before the mission, this was the closest mission. The Rakshasa alliance was established by an expert from the Asura tribe. In the entire God Burial Star Ocean, such a thing was normal. Many experts would not attach themselves to these major forces. In fact, there were many who acted independently. In other words, only some powerful regal sects had the ability to establish such a huge city in such a dangerous place like the Hidden City. Without sufficient strength, such a huge target would easily attract the covetous eyes of many powerful existences in the God Burial Star Ocean. In the God Burial Star Ocean, not all creatures were like evil spirits that did not pose a threat to gods. There were many creatures that were comparable to gods. As many of them were transformed from dead gods, they had divinity in their bodies. They lived for a long time, and their strength was comparable to gods. There were many powerful existences that could even kill gods. Therefore, there were many dangers. Without sufficient strength to guard the city, it was easy to attract the covetous eyes of these existences. Therefore, many people would rather wander in the God Burial Star Ocean. This was the case for the Rakshasa Union. Moreover, it was considered a rather powerful force. It had 7 powerful deities overseeing it, and it even had the support of a demigod. It was precisely because of its confidence that it dared to stay so close to the Hidden City. Otherwise, it would have been completely annihilated by the Hidden City. It was not without reason that this mission could reward 3,000 divine source. Although there were 7 god experts, they were relatively not the most powerful. The most powerful one, the leader of the Rakshasa Alliance, was only at advanced immortal level. He was not considered a difficult existence to annihilate. Sir, do you really want to choose this? The Rakshasa Alliance is not easy to deal with. Do you think you should find a few more people to go with you? The demigod looked at Yi Shiwen and said with some astonishment, although the Rakshasa Union wasn't too strong, it wasn't weak either. Moreover, there were 7 Tao confirming experts. It would be very difficult for a person to return alive if he went alone. His opponents were not 7 demigods, but 7 powerful gods. No need. Record it down for me. I'll accept this mission. Yi Shiwen said confidently. He waited for the demigod to finish recording, and then instantly disappeared from the hall. The surrounding demigod staff members looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know where Yi Shiwen's confidence came from. They were stationed in the God Burial Star Ocean all year round. They were separated from the outside world. Otherwise, they would have known that Yi Shiwen was the new rising star just by looking at his name. At this moment, a demigod in the main hall looked in their direction and hurriedly left the main hall for accepting missions. At the same time, on a huge planet where the Rakshasa Alliance was located, an extremely ugly man from the Asura tribe who was sitting on a huge throne suddenly opened his eyes. He caught a communication talisman that fell from the sky and looked at it. He could not help but reveal a ferocious smile. "Big brother, what's wrong?" At this moment, the silhouettes of a few other people came. These people were the 7 powerful god-level experts from the Rakshasa Alliance. Although they were not as powerful as those from the Hidden City, they had transformed the huge planet they were on into a huge fortress, a war fortress. Not only was its defense powerful, but it could also travel freely in the God Burial Star Ocean. They had robbed many places over the years, and most of their wealth was used to build this huge planet that they named the Rakshasa planet. After all, it was the foundation of their survival. Even a god would die if they were hit directly. In such a dangerous environment like the God Burial Star Ocean, nothing was more important than staying alive. Even if it was a cultivation adventure, it was the same. An idiot has accepted the mission to annihilate the Rakshasa Alliance. He's courting death. The chief of the Rakshasa Alliance sneered and said, "It seems like he's a newcomer. Otherwise, those immortal-level experts wouldn't dare to accept this mission." Coincidentally, there's another person who's courting death. According to the intelligence, He should be on mid-stage, immortal level. He's not bad. He was cautious by nature. Since he dared to set up camp so close to the hidden city, it was impossible that he did not arrange for spies to enter the hidden city. Otherwise, he might be killed if he was not careful. He had always decided to escape based on the experts sent by the hidden city. If there were any immortal-level experts passing by, they would immediately hide. On the contrary, if there were only immortal-level experts, they would counterattack and kill them. However, over the years, the immortal-level experts gradually found out that the Rakshasa Alliance was not an ordinary person to deal with. Nobody dared to go to their death unless a large group of people came. However, if that was the case, these experienced bandits would have quietly found a place to hide. That was why they were able to get away with it all these years. They would run away if they were powerful, but the weak ones were no match for them. That's right. Ha ha ha. It's rare to see such an idiot who's courting death, the other leaders exclaimed. Hee hee, it's a human. That's great. I haven't eaten human flesh for a long time. It was a powerful dog demon god who said that. Although the Rakshasa Alliance was established by an Asura expert from the Devil tribe, there were members from all clans. It was not limited to the Asura experts. That was also the characteristic of these irregular organizations, as they could not recruit enough experts from their own clans. Therefore, they could only choose to join those who shared the same interests. That's right. Give me one of your hands when the time comes. Another person said cruelly, Brothers, let's drive the Rakshasa planet out so that he can't find us. Ha ha. The chief of the Rakshasa Alliance laughed out loud. In order to prevent any sudden attacks, the Rakshasa planet would choose to be hidden by the formation on the planet. Therefore, nobody would be able to find it. Soon, a huge planet appeared out of thin air in the void that was originally empty. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. As soon as they came out, they heard a sneer. Do you really think you can hide in front of me? At this time, Yi Shiwen's figure had already sneaked into the planet. All the formations set up outside were useless. They couldn't stop Yi Shiwen at all. They couldn't even warn him at all. It was conceivable that Yi Shiwen's infiltration ability had reached such a level. Although they had long hidden Rakshasa Star, Yi Shiwen had always kept the Eye of Redemption open. This kind of concealment was meaningless in front of him. He saw through it directly. These people were still proud of themselves, thinking that Yi Shiwen could not find their planet. How is it possible? If someone came in, the formation outside our planet would have already discovered it. The leader of the Rakshasa Union said in disbelief. He had spent a lot of effort over the years to set up this planetary fortress, so he was overly confident. Hence, most of the time he did things carelessly and did not care at all. Several other powerful deity masters also burst out their divine senses one after another, scanning Yi Shiwen's body and locking him firmly. Humph! What's so difficult about this? Said Yi Shiwen as he flapped his wings constantly. The wings spread out for thousands of miles, covering the sky and the sun. You're the reckless Yi Shiwen? The chief of the Rakshasa Alliance suddenly remembered. How did you come so fast? He had just received the news not long ago, but Yi Shiwen had already appeared. Yi Shiwen's speed was even faster than the speed at which he sent the message. It didn't take much time. You actually know that I'm coming. It seems that you also have informants. But it's useless. Since I'm here today, no matter how much you prepare, it's useless. Yi Shiwen thought for a while and immediately understood why the other party was prepared. Someone must have leaked his information. It seemed that when he accepted the mission, there were too many people, so it was easy to spread the news. This could also be regarded as a moderate lesson for him to be more careful next time. But it didn't matter. With his strength, he could sweep away anyone. So what if you've guessed it? Since you were able to sneak in here without a sound, it seems like you're also an assassin. But it's a pity. If you could sneak in without a sound, we might really have suffered some casualties. Now that you've been discovered by us, do you still want to leave here alive? That's ridiculous, said the chief of the Rakshasa alliance with a sneer. He was slightly shocked in his heart. Yi Shiwen's speed was very fast, but then he was completely confident. I don't need to use that kind of method at all. Do you think you can pose a threat to me? That's ridiculous. Yi Shiwen sneered. He didn't need to use that kind of method at all. Kid, don't be arrogant. Let me see how powerful you are. At this time, a powerful expert of Tao confirmation instantly attacked. In an instant, there was a whining sound between heaven and earth as if they had fallen into a demon domain. The roars of demons were everywhere. Traces of demon aura rushed out, intertwined into an inescapable net, and shrouded Yi Shiwen. This was also a demon expert. He wanted to grab Yi Shiwen to death in an instant. Idiot, with just you? Do you really think that I dared to come here alone? Am I really crazy? Yi Shiwen sneered and trampled on the spot. Rumble! An invisible law formed an energy shock wave that swept out, directly shattering the demonic chi in an instant. Whatever inescapable net it was completely shattered. Chapter 2371. The powerful shockwave that Yi Shiwen released was still spreading in all directions at an amazing speed. Ah! The demon god who attacked was hit on the spot. His body flew out and he was severely injured by the rule on the spot. His incomparably sturdy god's shell was cracked densely. He was about to be killed in an instant. Impossible. You're not an immortal level in the middle stage. Even if you're stronger than me, it's impossible for you to be so much stronger. He looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. He knew Yi Shiwen's situation. Although it was only a little, he was very clear that Yi Shiwen was in the middle stage of a mortal level, while he was only in the early stage of a mortal level. He would definitely not dare to fight with Yi Shiwen in other places. However, this was his territory. He thought that it would not matter. Moreover, a master in the middle stage of a mortal level would have to go through a long battle if he wanted to kill him. It was impossible to kill him in a short time. Therefore, he was extremely confident in his attack. Who would have thought that Yi Shiwen would severely injure him as soon as he attacked? The terrifying power contained in Yi Shiwen's attack even made him feel unprecedented fear. It was far beyond the strength of the middle stage of a mortal level. Who said that a master in the middle stage of a mortal level can't kill you in a second? You're really ignorant. All right, you don't have to say any more nonsense. Anyway, you're going to die. Yi Shiwen attacked instantly. This was a real attack. The sky-flipping seal was formed in an instant, and then it fiercely fell towards the demon master. Bang! In the blink of an eye, his body, which was already densely covered with cracks, crumbled and turned into a rain of blood. It was the blood of the gods. How dare you kill him? The other leaders were furious, but there was no other way because Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. They did not have time to react at all. They died before they could save him. Their feelings of being comrades for many years made them instantly furious. Boom! 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 They attacked Yi Shiwen one after another. Countless rules swept out to form a long dragon on the spot. It had a terrifying and unimaginable power that shattered the sky. The entire vast planet was shaking. Although it had been reinforced by countless magic formations, the power of the 7 god-level experts attacking with all their might was extremely terrifying. The aftermath of the eruption was enough to annihilate all the magic formations on the entire planet. It was a power that could destroy heaven and earth. In the face of these attacks, Yi Shiwen didn't panic. The luminous wings behind him instantly surrounded him, forming a huge sphere, and all the attacks fell on his devil wings. Clang! 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 Loud collisions resounded. These attacks were like a tide, but they couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen. How is this possible? What kind of defense does he have? How can it be so terrifying? Someone said in fear. The 6 of them had joined hands, and they were powerful enough to destroy an entire world. However, it was useless against Yi Shiwen. All of them had been blocked without exception. Is that all? I'm really disappointed. Even if I give you a few more chances, it's useless to make arrangements in advance. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen's figure disappeared instantly. In an instant, he appeared in front of an immortal-level expert in the middle stage, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. At this moment, in his eyes, these were not powerful gods, but piles of god source that could run. Impossible! I'm also in the middle stage of immortal level. I don't believe that I can't stop you. This expert suddenly roared and fiercely slapped his palm toward Yi Shiwen. The endless sky collapsed in an instant, and the cracks spread toward Yi Shiwen. Don't you understand? The gap between me and you can't be calculated with logic. Yi Shiwen didn't show weakness and blasted his palm down. Bang! A huge roar was accompanied by a scream. This god's arm was blasted into a bloody pulp by Yi Shiwen on the spot. The terrifying power directly shattered everything in sight. Even the remaining power formed a shockwave and rushed into the vast planet. It directly blasted a huge pit of thousands of miles in the vast planet. Many demigods who couldn't dodge in time were turned into ashes on the spot. Ah! This god leader screamed, and his entire body was blasted into a bloody pulp. The gap between him and Yi Shiwen was simply unimaginable. However, he didn't have time to react. The moment his arm was blasted off, he saw a shocking sword light slashing down from the sky. The sky-splitting sword had unknowingly appeared in front of him. Uft! His entire body was directly slashed in half like a piece of tofu. Blood splattered, and his primordial spirit was destroyed. In the next moment, he was blasted into powder, and he couldn't be more dead. An immortal-level expert in the middle stage was slashed to death by Yi Shiwen's sword. Such monstrous power was simply terrifying to countless people who saw it. At this time, those gods who were clamoring to eat Yi Shiwen's flesh were already drenched in cold sweat. They had been in the god burial star ocean for tens of thousands of years, and they had encountered all kinds of powerful enemies. They had even encountered imperishable level experts, but they had never felt such a terrifying pressure in their hearts. This was because it was a matter of course that imperishable level experts were powerful. Although they were also as terrifying as Mount Tai, they were not as terrifying as Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was clearly on the middle stage of immortal level, but in reality the combat power that he had unleashed made him feel a chill down his spine. How's that possible? It's impossible for an immortal level expert to be so terrifying. It's absolutely impossible. Everyone was shocked, and they would rather die than believe it. Yi Shiwen's ferocity was far beyond their imagination. Even the gods had never seen such a ferocious existence in their long lives. Ignorant and inexperienced, Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sneer, and his body suddenly disappeared. Everyone be careful! Just when the Rakshasa Alliance leader shouted, he heard a scream. Another expert was slashed to death by Yi Shiwen's sword. It was so fast that even he did not have time to react. The divine power that protected his body was slashed to pieces like tofu in front of Yi Shiwen's sky-breaking sword. He was no match for Yi Shiwen at all. Who the hell are you? The chief of the Rakshasa Alliance was already drenched in cold sweat at that moment. He finally realized that the person in front of him was definitely a super iron plate. When he had just received the news, he had never expected Yi Shiwen to be so terrifying. Initially, he thought that he was just an ordinary idiot who came from nowhere. He was only on intermediate immortal level, but he actually came to find trouble with them. He did not expect Yi Shiwen to be not an idiot, but a super evil god. He was definitely a ferocious god who could kill them. A person who could pose such a huge threat to them when he was only on the middle stage of immortal level was definitely not an ordinary person. It was impossible that he was someone they had not even heard of before. A person with such an ability should have been famous long ago. Why had they not heard of him at all? It was impossible for him to be unknown. Is my identity that important to you? Are you still going to hide until now? Yi Shiwen looked at the Rakshasa Alliance leader and said with a sneer, I didn't expect you to see through me. I initially wanted to capture you, but I didn't expect you to see through me." The Rakshasa Alliance leader said coldly and stood up. He was no longer panicking like before. "In order to find the best opportunity, you didn't even hesitate to let me kill your underlings. You're so scheming," Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. "You don't have to sow discord. What's so great about that? As long as I'm not dead, I'll be able to recruit another group of people very soon. However, since that's the case, there's no need for me to pretend anymore." At that moment, the Rakshasa Alliance leader suddenly erupted. The aura on his body rushed to the peak of immortal level in a single breath. It turned out that he had been pretending to hide his ability earlier. His ability had far surpassed an ordinary advanced immortal level. He had already reached the peak of immortal level, although he had just broken through not long ago. However, it was enough. Although he had broken through, he had never told the mermen about it. He had no idea how many years he had been lying to them. However, because of that, very few real powerhouses would look at him. Even if a powerhouse at the peak of immortal level came, he would not be afraid and he could escape unscathed. In the outside world, powerhouses at the peak of immortal level were powerful enough to defeat anyone. There was no need to be careful at all. However, in the God Burial Star Ocean, there were many people who were more powerful than them. Putting aside the outsiders, there were countless powerful and terrifying monsters in the God Burial Star Ocean. Even the gods had to be careful. Moreover, they were next to the hidden city. They had to be careful. "I have already seen through your concealment. Your concealment is meaningless in front of my eyes, but it's useless. Even if you hide your strength, it's meaningless." Yi Shiwen didn't panic in the slightest. Everything was within his expectations, and everything was completely under his control. "Stop bragging. No matter where you come from, you're going to die today," the Rakshasa Alliance leader roared. He did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. His killing intent was awe-inspiring as he threw a punch at Yi Shiwen. It turned out to be the Shura Fist. It was the Shura Fist of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. In the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, this fist technique was naturally very powerful. After all, it was a martial art created by the Asura Demon Lord. If he were to fight someone else, it would naturally be very powerful. However, it was like a child's play in front of Yi Shiwen. Although he was not from the Asura tribe, his comprehension of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist had reached a higher level. He used the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist as well. However, it was not the Shura Fist, but the Human Tao Fist. Chapter 23:72. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, which was created by the Asura Demon Lord, was widely spread. However, most people would be considered extraordinary if they could learn one, or even 2 of them. It could be said that they were blessed. Even the people from the Asura tribe were no exception. Even the powerhouses who had cultivated to Tao validation had only learned the Asura Fist that was related to their tribe. However, Yi Shiwen had learned the complete version of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, which could be said to be a heaven-defying blessing. The 2 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fists collided. Although they were both 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fists, it was obvious that they were completely different. Compared to human Tao fists, the Asura Fist had boundless cruelty and demonic chi. Bang! Both of their fists collided violently. There was an earth-shattering collision, but a shriek was heard along with the sound of bones breaking. The Rakshasa Alliance Master's arm exploded on the spot, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. "Ah!" The Rakshasa Alliance Master shrieked in pain. Blood was oozing out of his body as if he had turned into a bloody man. He was almost killed by the impact. Although the Asura tribe was known for their powerful physical bodies, there was still a huge gap between them and Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's gilded tyrant form had advanced to the next level after he had cultivated it to the level of Tao confirmation. Now he could fight hand-to-hand with divine tools without any pressure. Impossible! The Rakshasa Alliance Master was almost scared to death at that moment. Never mind that he was no match for Yi Shiwen. He was defeated by Yi Shiwen even though he had elevated to peak stage immortal level. He almost had no chance to fight back. Why is it impossible? Do you think I can't fight a peak stage immortal level? Yi Shiwen sneered. The Rakshasa Alliance Master had just entered peak stage immortal level not long ago. His skill was far weaker than Yi Shiwen's. Naturally, he was far weaker than Yi Shiwen. He thought he could definitely fight Yi Shiwen since he had hidden his ability. Never would he have thought that Yi Shiwen's ability was much more powerful than what he had hidden. The Rakshasa Alliance Master took a step forward and tore a huge crack directly. He was about to escape by teleportation. Trying to escape? Yi Shiwen took a step forward and blasted out a punch. The fist energy twisted and shattered everything. The void collapsed on the spot and cut off his escape route. The leader of the Rakshasa Union fell out of the void, unable to dodge at all. Boom! Yi Shiwen's next wave of attack followed like a shadow, directly bombarding the leader of the Rakshasa Union. The body of the leader of the Rakshasa Union collapsed on the spot. He died without a burial place, and his spirit was destroyed. The other Tao-confirming experts also reacted at this time. They screamed and fled in all directions. However, they couldn't do anything in front of Yi Shiwen, who had the demon wings. They were directly killed by him on the spot. Those demigods wanted to escape, but they were stopped by Yi Shiwen. Just when they thought they were going to die, they were detained by Yi Shiwen. Even the entire planet became Yi Shiwen's private collection. This planet had been transformed by the leader of the Rakshasa Union for many years. It had long become a huge fortress. Even ordinary deities would be blasted to death by various formations if they came here. Only Yi Shiwen could sneak in like this and forcefully subdue them with his tyrannical strength. The battle between several deity-level experts didn't cause this planet to disintegrate in the end. One could imagine how sturdy it was. It was just right for him to use as a means of transportation. Although the speed of advancement was definitely not comparable to his demon wings, in this vast and boundless god burial star ocean, the laws were broken and chaotic. Even the means of teleportation couldn't be used. At most, he could teleport a few dozen miles away. In this place, a few dozen miles was equivalent to taking a step forward. It could be used to escape, but it was impossible to use it to travel. It might take hundreds of years to travel from one end of the god burial star ocean to the other end. Many methods couldn't be used here at all, unless they had already ascended to the sage plane. Sage plane experts had already condensed their own divine kingdoms. Once their divine kingdoms expanded, even in such a chaotic place, they would be able to straighten out many rules and use all kinds of methods. At that time, they would truly be able to travel thousands of miles with a single thought. Therefore, the sage-level experts were also known as the God Master. They were the masters of the God Nation. But before that, Yi Shiwen still needed a means of transportation. Moreover, he also needed a base camp to settle down. The hidden city was only one of them. If he went somewhere far away from the hidden city, he would lack a base camp to settle down in. This was also the reason why the people of the Rakshasa Union could wander around. Therefore, he came up with the idea of taking this planet for himself. However, he was still not satisfied with this planet. It might be able to deal with ordinary beginner stage or intermediate stage immortal level experts, but it would be very difficult to deal with advanced stage immortal level experts. If a peak stage immortal level expert came, he would not be able to block them at all. Just like Yi Shiwen, he still needed to slowly modify it. However, a lot of resources would be needed to modify it. He could only accumulate them slowly. As a god, his foundation was too shallow. Fortunately, the experts from the Rakshasa Union did not manage to escape in time. All of their belongings were in his hands. However, it was much less than Yi Shiwen had expected. There was only a total of 5,000 divine source, including the reward of 3,000 divine source. he was still short of 2,000 divine source. This made Yi Shiwen somewhat depressed. He inquired those demigods, and found out that the majority of the divine source had been used by those leaders for cultivation, or they had been used to purchase divine tools, or they had been used to transform this planet. So, not much had been left behind, especially for wandering organizations like them, who occasionally worked as interstellar pirates. They were always in a precarious state. Such a strong sense of crisis made them want to convert every bit of divine source into strength. If it was not for the fact that he had to keep some for emergencies, Yi Shiwen might not even have gotten the 5,000 divine source. Yi Shiwen thought about it and could only give up helplessly. If he were in Yi Shiwen's shoes, he would definitely spend all the divine source as soon as possible. Strengthening his own strength was the most important thing. However, this huge planet was a great fortune. Under normal circumstances, it would not be possible to get it without hundreds of thousands of divine source. If he wanted to modify it further, he would need more divine source. It was also something that Yi Shiwen could not afford at the moment. However, it was enough as a means of transportation. When he landed on this huge planet, Yi Shiwen was amazed to find that the entire planet had been modified into a huge magic tool. From top to bottom, it was made up of various magic tool parts. These demigods were also talents that the Rakshasa Alliance had collected from everywhere. If it were Yi Shiwen, he did not know how long it would take to collect them. With these 8,000 divine source, Yi Shiwen was confident. However, he was still short of 2,000 divine source. Coincidentally, there was another mission that he had not completed yet. Thinking of this, his figure suddenly flew out of the huge planet and stored the entire huge planet into the Tianyuan mirror. After being promoted to a divine artifact, the world in the Tianyuan mirror had become very huge. Otherwise, it would not be able to contain such a huge planet. It should be known that this was a huge planet that was dozens of times bigger than Earth. After storing the huge planet, his figure began to travel in the void. There were space storms formed by the broken laws everywhere. Even Yi Shiwen had to be careful. These space storms carried the tearing power of the space laws. If he was not careful, even the deities would be torn apart. This was the most terrifying place. It was even more terrifying than those evil spirits. Not long after, he sensed a powerful aura coming from the front. It was an evil aura that almost stirred up the sky. He opened the eyes of salvation and immediately saw a huge, evil spirit squatting in the void in front of him. This was a huge dog demon evil spirit. He did not know how powerful it was when it was alive. Although it had turned into an evil spirit now, it was still very powerful. It should be an existence that could dominate among the evil spirits. An evil spirit that is comparable to a deity? Not bad. I can kill it together. Yi Shiwen sneered. At that moment, the dog, demon, evil spirit opposite him had a cruel smile on its face. It was extremely ferocious. A living creature, a human. That's great. I haven't eaten flesh and blood for countless years after I died. The dog, demon, evil spirit laughed out loud with a ferocious smile on its face. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Yi Shiwen in one bite. You're courting death. You've just become able to challenge an early-stage, immortal-level deity. How dare you go against me? Yi Shiwen sneered and suddenly grabbed with his big hand. Suddenly, countless Nanmingli fire appeared in his hand and burned. This kind of evil spirit that was equivalent to early-stage, immortal level was just a piece of cake to him. The Nanmingli fire was extremely firm and yang. It was the most suitable to deal with such evil spirits. Uft! The evil spirit screamed, and its entire body was pierced by Yi Shiwen. The spirit body of the evil spirit that had already materialized was quickly attached by the Nanmingli fire. The evil spirit retreated continuously, trying to break free from Yi Shiwen's control. However, to Yi Shiwen, these evil spirits that did not even have a physical body were the easiest. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of something being burned could be heard. Even if it managed to escape, it could not get away from the Nanming Li fire that was attached to it like maggots. It was instantly burned completely. It turned into green smoke. The corners of Yi Shiwen's mouth revealed a slight sneer. These heroic spirits were said to be comparable to Tao confirming experts. However, they were still too weak when compared to a genuine Tao confirming expert. They could only threaten a Tao confirming expert in some aspects. Kill one evil spirit king. Reward: 500 God Source. A piece of information flowed into Yi Shiwen's mind. Chapter 2373. What Yi Shiwen didn't expect was that one evil spirit king was worth 500 divine source, and 10,000 evil spirits were only worth 100 divine source. One evil spirit king was equivalent to 50,000 evil spirits. The gap between the two was immediately widened. At this moment, Yi Shiwen finally understood why this mission was a god-level mission. Most demigods would have a way to kill these evil spirits. However, they would have to kill more than 10,000 evil spirits in order to obtain 100 God Source. They would have to kill more than 10,000 evil spirits for a very long time. The combat power of an evil spirit king was comparable to that of a god. The gap between it and ordinary evil spirits couldn't be calculated with logic. Only a god could deal with it. If ordinary demigods encountered this kind of evil spirit king, they would be dead. This kind of mission to kill evil spirits was effective in the long run, so there was no need to specifically accept this mission. However, Yi Shiwen was in a good mood after obtaining another 500 divine source. He only lacked 1,500 divine source now. It was much better than what he had expected. Suddenly, not long after he left, countless evil spirits appeared in the sky, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. They came in groups, and all of them were bird-type evil spirits with scales all over their bodies. There were more than 10,000 of them, a huge flock. These flying evil spirits opened their mouths and spat out countless bonfires that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. These were the flames of the dead, the flames of the living. Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate. He immediately spat out countless Nanming Li fire, which turned into a monstrous sea of fire. Under the deterrence of the Nanming Li fire, the bone flames were completely useless. They were instantly swept away. Then these bird-type evil spirits fell into the sea of fire of Yi Shiwen's Nanming Li fire. They couldn't escape at all. They attacked left and right, but it was useless. After a full hour, these evil spirits were burned to death by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't rest after killing these evil spirits, although he had indeed consumed a lot of Jinyuan. But for him, it only took a few breaths for him to recover almost all of his Jinyuan. He once again embarked on the path of searching for evil spirits. In the next 10 days, he spent his time searching and killing these evil spirits. Although evil spirits were everywhere, they weren't very dense. It wasn't easy to encounter a dense group of evil spirits. However, 10 days later, he had killed a total of 100,000 evil spirits. In the process, he encountered another evil spirit king, which gave him another 500 points. In total, there was a total of 10,000 divine roots. He finally managed to gather all of them. Without hesitation, he hurried back to the hidden city. When he submitted the mission, the demigod who was responsible for issuing the mission to him was stunned for a long time. He didn't expect that he would actually complete the mission. It should be noted that the other party had several god-level experts overseeing them. If a single god went there alone, it would be suicidal. Who knew that not only did Yi Shiwen survive, but he also completed the mission outstandingly. It was different from what he had initially imagined. Initially, he had thought that the only way Yi Shiwen could complete the mission was to lure out the Rakshasa Alliance experts, one by one, and kill them. This process might take a few years to complete. However, they had never expected that Yi Shiwen would complete this task so easily. In fact, he had done it in just a few days. This man was too terrifying. "Sir, do you still want to take on other missions?" he asked Yi Xuan carefully. "There's no need for that. Just give me my mission reward." Yi Xuan said. Initially, he had expected that he would need to complete a few more missions to gather all the divine roots. He didn't expect to complete the mission completely after 2 missions. This saved him a lot of time. He still decided to increase his abilities completely first. With these 10,000 divine roots, he could directly push himself to the peak of the middle stage of the immortality realm. By then, unless he met an imperishable realm expert, he wouldn't need to be afraid of anyone. His abilities would once again increase tremendously, and he could almost directly reach the peak of the immortality realm. By then, the risk of completing the mission would be much lower, and it would be much easier. That's great! The demigod quickly calculated all the divine roots for Yi Xuan. With 5,000 divine roots in hand, Yi Xuan immediately left the mission hall and rested in a place specially prepared for the Hidden Valley disciples in the city. As a Hidden Valley expert, he naturally didn't need to pay any additional fees. This was also one of the privileges of the Hidden Valley disciples. Of course, if he went to other cities, he would have to pay a lot of fees. After finding a palace to stay in, Yi Xuan immediately set up a formation. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate in seclusion. Behind him, the colorful light faintly condensed into the shape of the Mingxin ancient tree. At the same time, in the Tianyuan mirror, thousands of divine roots began to burn, turning into countless long rivers of energy and some auras that were mixed in. They flowed into Yi Xuan's body. A part of them was used to temper his body, and the rest all flowed into the mysterious space. Under his control, the mysterious space began to operate continuously and began to calculate and analyze the divine spark of the undead realm expert. As more and more divine roots were burned, more and more information about the divine spark of the undead realm expert was analyzed by Yi Xuan and flowed into his mind. While analyzing, he constantly deepened his understanding of the heavenly way. Although it wasn't exactly the same great way as his own cultivation. As the saying goes, stone from another mountain can be used to improve jade. From the analysis of a lot of heavenly way information, Yi Xuan also felt that his cultivation was improving at an astonishing speed. Initially, there were some areas that were difficult to understand, but now there was a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Moreover, more and more information was being analyzed. For someone like Yi Xuan, who had already entered the True Valley, this was simply unimaginable. But now, by relying on the analysis of the divine spark, he was able to do it. He finally understood why countless gods were willing to take such a huge risk to stay here. Compared to other places, although this place was dangerous, it also contained opportunities for them to greatly improve their cultivation. If they were lucky, it was even possible to reach the sky in a single bound. Not to mention those demigods, many of them felt that there was no hope for their cultivation, so they wanted to try their luck here to see if they could break into the True Valley. Otherwise, if they did not achieve the True Valley, sooner or later, they would turn into a cup of soil and end up miserable. He had been cultivating in the mountains for a very long time. So, it had taken him 5 years to sort out the information from the massive amount of godheads that would allow him to make further progress, even with the help of the godheads. 5 years passed by, but Yi Xuan did not feel the slightest bit of feeling. When he really woke up from his cultivation, he only knew that a full 5 years had passed. However, he really had no concept of this at all. For gods, time was already meaningless. In the 5 years, Yi Xuan's cultivation had also greatly improved, reaching the peak of the middle immortal level in one go, which was exactly what he had expected. Although he had only reached the peak of the middle immortal level, compared to when he had just entered this level, Yi Xuan was more than a few times stronger. He even faintly felt that there was a barrier in his power, preventing him from exerting more of his strength, and that was the barrier of the eternal level. Below the eternal level, he was confident that he could defeat any strong enemy. No one was a match for him. However, this was not enough, far from enough. Compared to Ao Chaozong, who was close to the sage level, his strength was still too weak, and they were not on the same level at all. Only when he entered the eternal level would he be qualified to compete with A.O. Chaozong. But it was only a comparison, and he was still far from being able to compete with A.O. Chaozong. The remaining time was only more than 90 years, and there was not much time for him to waste. However, he did not have enough God Source. If he had enough God Source, he was confident that he could compete with A.O. Chaozong by the time he continued to cultivate like this. He directly left the residence and went to the mission hall to see if there were any suitable missions for him. Compared to a few years ago, his strength was stronger, and the range of missions that he could accept was wider, and he had more choices. Just as he was looking at the missions, suddenly a call came from behind. "Junior Brother Yi, you must be Junior Brother Yi." Yi Shiwen turned around and saw a slim figure. She was dressed in black and had a refreshing and capable appearance. Her cultivation was hidden very deeply, but it couldn't escape Yi Shiwen's eyes. Unexpectedly, she was also a Tao-confirming expert. "You are?" Yi Shiwen asked. "Haha, it's normal that you don't know me. My name is Mu Yunqi, a disciple of the Lord of Flames, but I entered the Hidden Valley more than 10,000 years earlier than you, so I should be considered your senior sister," the woman said with a smile. Entering the Hidden Valley more than 10,000 years earlier than him, she was indeed a senior sister and a great senior. Yi Shiwen bowed and said, "Greetings, senior sister." However, he did not have any impression of her, but that was not a big deal. There were many experts in the Hidden Valley, and he had not been in the Hidden Valley for long, so it was normal that many people did not know him. However, since she was a disciple of the Lord of Flames, she was much closer to him than others. In the Hidden Valley, there were many factions, and he was naturally closer to the Lord of Flames. "Although I have not seen you in person, I have seen your holographic image. Moreover, Junior Brother's name is well known, and you are known as the strongest genius in recent years. Even the Master thinks so highly of you, which is very rare," Mu Yunqi said with a smile.